force of goodness, creativity, and compassion, who grants us the gift of beautiful silence, wise silence, so that the wisdom that bubbles up can lead us to justice, to serve with humility, and to build a better tomorrow for all. Amen.
As we stay at a moment of reflection, I would like to ask any of my colleagues for remembrances that they may have. Councilmember Bakhtiari.
Thank you. Two losses. First, a student from Drew who recently lost his life. And I ask that people pray for any of our youth that are struggling with mental health right now, because we know there's a lot of them. I mean, each of us are, I'm certain, but please for our kids. And then Janice McKinney, who passed on February 2nd, who lived in my district since the early 1960s in Kirkwood. So you can imagine she saw a lot of change. But she's an incredible resident, longtime legacy resident, and she passed last week. So if you can please keep her and her families in our prayers as well.
Any others? Councilmember Collins.
Yes, I just want to take the opportunity to recognize the family and send condolences to Dr. Joycelyn Wilson, who passed away last week in Lake Oconee. She was a beloved professor at Spelman, my alma mater, in mathematics, a Mays High School graduate, and a beloved servant in Atlanta, but also sending prayers to the family of Gary Jones, her partner, who has yet to be recovered. He also is, he was an instructor at Westminster, an Atlanta native as well. And so wanting to send condolences, but also our prayers and blessings to the family.
Thank you. Any others? For these and for those unnamed, would you please join me in a moment of silence? Thank you. Would you please join me in the Pledge of Allegiance? I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Next, we'll move to our proclamations, commendations, and other awards. First up, I would like to invite Councilmember Boone to come forward, and all of those who are here for the recognition of Lucy Sharpe for a lifetime of civic and community leadership to come forward and join us up here on the dais.
So I think down at, I don't know, we'll wait for instructions.
Will all those that are here for Lucy M. Sharpe, a lifetime of civic and community leadership. Lucy M. Sharpe.
Yes. Ms. Morgan. Come on up.
Today, I am joined by the Honorable Khadija Abdul Rahman of Fulton County Commissioner to pay tribute to Lucy M. Sharpe, a lifetime of civic and community leadership. Lucy is a phenomenal woman with an inexhaustible energy to get the job done. Her accomplishments cannot be denied. She has excelled in every role in which she has been assigned. She has given it her all with humility and excellence. Lucy is the glue that has kept many organizations and her family together. Lucy was C.T. Martin's rock in this community. We love you, Lucy. And now the Honorable Khadija Abdul Rahman.
Thank you, Councilmember Boone. Today is a full circle day. And the reason it's a full circle day, I'm here in my official capacity, but also in my unofficial capacity. See, what many of you may not know, that this queen next to me stood in the gap when my mother, Victoria Travis Jackson, returned to her maker. You see, she has been my shero and my daughter Malika's shero. She showed side by side with my mother, Victoria T. Jackson, how you serve the community, not in front of the cameras, not when someone wants you to do something and a check is attached to it. She does it from the heart. Who came in today and saw her standing there greeting people as they were coming in? That's the Lucy Sharpe way. She understands that everything that you do is an act in worship to God. Amen. And if it means walking a picket line, knocking on the door, or standing at the opening of this vessel to greet people who came here to celebrate her, it is still her style. And so even though I don't want to take too much time with this great body, I want to say this is a long time overdue.
Amen. Amen.
And so in my official capacity as Fulton County Commissioner of District 6, the Mighty Six, who my mentor, Emma Darnell, taught me to do it well. I want to stand here in this well with this body and let you know this is a living legend in the flesh, and we are honored to have her before us. Whereas Lucy Sharpe grew up in the historic Collier Heights community of Atlanta, Georgia, and is a proud graduate of Frederick Douglass High School. That's the only one y'all Astros gonna get today, okay? Maze rules, baby. But seriously though, it's all love. She was a member of the inaugural class of 1970, where she was also a member of the marching band, the National Honor Society, and Student Council. She later earned her Bachelor of Science degree in Business Management and earned a trained mediator certificate through the Conflict Resolution Program at Kennesaw State. And whereas Lucy worked for Lockheed Martin for 30 years, that deserves a clap itself, until her retirement in 2011. While employed there, she was elected president of the 5,000-member chapter of the National Management Association, and she received a Star Award as a member of the F-22 First Flight Team. And whereas Lucy is a devoted volunteer with multiple organizations and received the Phenomenal Women Award from Georgia Legislative Black Women's Caucus and was elected to serve as a delegate to the Democratic National Convention in 1996 and 2000. She is most proud of having played a part in the passing of the Family and Medical Leave Act of 1993. Did you all know that? Did you all know that she was the one that was lobbying behind closed doors, telling folks that I will wear a hole in my shoes getting you out of office if you don't support this? Y'all didn't know that part of her, did you? Just want to let y'all know. Whereas Lucy was celebrated as the Cobb County Elementary School Volunteer of the Year in 2018 for her time and support to Austell Elementary School, and she now works for Atlanta Public Schools as a long-term substitute at Sutton Middle School, where she was named the Sutton Staff Professional of the Year for the 2023-2024 year. And whereas Lucy is the proud mother of Kathy Anderson Murray and Lucius H. Anderson III, and grandmother of 4 amazing grandchildren, Lucius Isaiah Anderson, I want to say Sierra, Kyra Murray, Niara Anderson, and Colin Murray. She is a member of Spirit and Truth Sanctuary and enjoys music, the arts, spending time with her longtime companion, William, and all things Atlanta Falcons. We're going to let you slide on that one, Miss Lucy, even though I'm an Atlanta Falcons fan myself. But it is with humble love and pride that now therefore be resolved that the Fulton County Board of Commissioners recognizes Lucy Sharpe for her tireless dedication for her community and does hereby proclaim Monday, February 17, 2025 as Lucy Sharpe Appreciation Day in Fulton County. And I want to take this time, because I know Councilmember Boone getting a little itch over here, but let me take this time. This is specially from me showing Lucy Sharpe and all of those that she helped to get in office. Put your hands one more time together for a wonderful.
Thank you so much. Thank you. I love you.
You earned it, baby.
I see.
Right here, go right here. Lucy, photo, go right there. Uh-huh.
And now a short video.
Lucy Sharpe has enjoyed an illustrious career, but gets the greatest joy out of giving back, a characteristic sparked during her time at Frederick Douglass High School. This Atlanta mother and grandmother has been volunteering as a docent at the Governor's Mansion for over 10 years. Sharpe has given her time to multiple organizations, including those providing women with skills needed to enter the workforce. She committed 3 decades to Lockheed Martin, a job she landed by doing what she's always done, operating in boldness and confidence. That resilience led to a role as a statistician. Working in production control, she received the 6 Sigma Black Belt certification, becoming a change agent, helping Lockheed Martin improve processes, reducing defects, which resulted in a cost savings exceeding $2 million.
They never hired me to work on the airplane. I never had to actually drill that hole. But the opportunity, I believe, was there for me to go and work for Lockheed Martin.
That certification and promotions hadn't come without a fight. Sharpe joined the Machinists Union after witnessing company challenges firsthand. From 1991 to the year 2000, charges for racial harassment had more than doubled to over 6,000 filings. The EEOC got involved in 2 lawsuits against the corporation on behalf of black employees who also alleged systemic discrimination, denying promotions and wages, and egregious actions, which included displaying KKK materials and threats of violence. Lee Ryant was the first black general manager at Lockheed Martin.
25 years ago, my first day, my greeting was Dr. Lowry, Jesse, and everybody standing outside the plant protesting.
Can't hit you with a whip, but they would say certain things.
Former State Representative Sharon Beasley Teague remembers the racial tension and how Sharpe helped them navigate it with strategy and legislation.
I mean, one time I wanted to walk out, and so she said, "No, you don't want to do that. We're here for a reason. Let's just get it together." She worked with the labor unions because she was a lobbyist. She would come over to the Capitol and lobby. We did change the minimum wage. I don't think it's been changed since then.
Conditions improved at the plant, and black workers saw more opportunities coming their way. Sharpe's determination inspired others to believe change was possible.
Lucy can walk that happy road. The road of saying, if I made it better for them, I made it better for me.
Sharpe's knowledge base and vast experience kept her busy post-retirement. Her compassion kept driving her to do more.
All of you in line, you know we count on you to bring your books back on time. Thank you.
Sharpe found herself here at Sutton Middle School, pouring into the minds of these students.
So, is there anything I can help you with? And these kids are 12 years old. Many of them are trying to find their way. You know, do I need a girlfriend or boyfriend? No. I'm dating someone. No, the only thing you date is your paper, and make sure it's correct. You know, I count on you to do your very best.
Ms. Sharpe is affectionately known as Grandma. And so regardless of race, regardless of age, the kids go to her and they call her Grandma Sharpe. They know she's a safe space. They know she's someone who will listen, someone who truly cares. And it's not just a job for Ms. Sharpe.
Let me review it for you, please, before you submit it.
Dr. Merriweather says it gives him a sense of relief, having concerned, thoughtful people like Sharpe interacting with the students.
She personally, with her own resources, you know, it took me around to help me go to different places and apply for jobs and that sort of thing. And that really spoke huge volumes for me. And that touched me so much that she was willing to do that for me. And just make, you know, my life a little bit easier. She went that extra mile for me, and I'll never forget that.
Sharpe says she appreciates being recognized by the Atlanta City Council and reflects on the mentorship she received from the late C.T. Martin.
He made a difference, and not just the city, but in my life personally. I am honored because I always say I am the ATL. I love Atlanta. I want to give of myself to Atlanta. I always want to live in Atlanta, so I'm grateful.
Miss Sharpe, I love how kind and caring you are.
I think of you as present because you're always here, you're always loving, and you're always helping.
You mean a lot to me, and I think you're very kind because whenever I need someone to talk to or I need help in the hallways, you're always there.
Thank you. I hope you all know how much I love you, how you really keep me going. What you say, your smiles, your hugs every day, keep me on point. So if I can ever help you, please let me know I love you.
Thank you, Miss Sharpe.
Thank you.
We have also been joined by Courtney English, our Senior Policy Advisor for the Honorable Mayor Andre Dickens, and also former Congressman Kwanzaa Hall. At this time, a short video.
Hello, everyone. I'm Congresswoman Akiva Williams, and y'all, I proudly represent Georgia's Fighting 5th Congressional District. I'm sure that everyone here knows Miss Lucy Sharpe. She is a prime example of a fighter right here in the 5th. Miss Lucy, it is my honor to thank you and celebrate you and the lifelong service that you've provided to our community. You've touched and inspired the lives of so many, including my own. From your early service of writing letters to soldiers in Vietnam to serving with the Martyr Army during the pandemic, you've put others before yourself consistently. Since you're just 13 years old, you've given your time to voter registration efforts. In 1983, you assisted in the passing of the Family and Medical Leave Act, a huge step for labor rights, and you've never stopped. You even volunteered for my predecessor, the late Congressman John Lewis' 1986 congressional campaign. Congressman Lewis once said, "Study the path of others to make your way easier and more abundant." We should all study your path, Miss Lucy. We love you and we salute your service. Thank you.
Next, we have Kathy Jordan, followed by Vanessa Gales, Esquire. Miss Kathy Jordan.
Hello, I'm Kathy Jordan, and I am a docent at the Governor's Mansion with this beautiful woman right here. She is very much loved, and she's been there for, I think, 15 years, I hear, and is just really a special, special person. When she talks to the people when they come in, I like to hover close to hear what she's going to say, because I learn from the things that she talks about that I can go and say the same things to people. So I'm copying you. Okay. Anyway, we have this award from the Governor's Mansion, from the Governor and the First Lady, for it's a commendation for all your service for the Governor's Mansion. And this is for you.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
We love you, honey.
Vanessa Gales, Esquire, City of Atlanta.
Good afternoon. Douglas is in the house. Okay. I am here on behalf of the Frederick Douglass class of 1970.
Wait a minute. Make some noise.
And I offer congratulations to Lucy. She gave me this speech to write, but I'm going to say a little bit differently. She and I and one other person was called the Three Musketeers, and so we were all around Douglas. But I think the Douglas Astros remember her orchestrating us going down to meet the late Maynard Jackson when he was just the vice mayor. She orchestrated voter registration at the school and got all of us registered to vote to make sure we were able to vote once we turned 18. She said we baked cookies. I don't remember that, but I do remember doing voter registration. C.T. Martin started Lucy and I on the streets over at the Kmart on Bankhead, if you all remember that, registering people to vote. So we waved flags. We did a lot. She did a lot of community service. She was always out there in the class. So on behalf of Frederick Douglass High School, class of 1970, first graduating class, thank you very much.
Yeah.
I give you congratulations.
Thank you, my dear friend. I love you. Thank you.
Oh. Am I?
I don't know. Oh.
Ardelia Austin.
Good afternoon. I'm so excited to be here to celebrate Miss Lucy receiving this award. Civic and community leadership is definitely a great award. I don't know anyone else more deserving. Miss Lucy was a part of my Super Bowl volunteer program and national championship as well, where we were tasked with converging on the city and making the city look good. I was hired to head up that program, but she really taught me the hard work. From there, it started with a sports connection. We've now created a lifelong group of friends, Team ATL Forever, and we have been connected. She has been leading us to great things, community efforts, volunteer opportunities, and just general need. During the pandemic, she was the first person to reach out and tell me if I knew anyone who needed these programs, these were the things that were being offered. She also reached out to other people in the community, other volunteers, and this group will be together for life. So that 10,000 strong was 10,000 strong for the Super Bowl, but we are connected to the city of Atlanta, and we are connected to doing the hard work because of Miss Lucy. So thank you so much.
Thank you.
I don't want to belabor this, but I would be remiss if I did not give you the laurels, the praise, the accolades for being the greatest among us. Dr. Martin Luther King said, everyone can be great because everyone can serve. You are truly great and the greatest among us. And it is super awesome that you are a Frederick Douglass astronaut.
Make some noise.
Super awesome. But congratulations.
Thank you.
And now for the official proclamation from the city of Atlanta. Now therefore be it proclaimed that we, the members of the Atlanta City Council, on behalf of the thousands of citizens of Atlanta, do hereby proclaim today, Lucy M. Sharpe Day in the city of Atlanta, Georgia.
I say thank you.
And now to our shero,
All right.
Lucy M. Sharpe.
Thank you, thank you, thank you. This 15 minutes of fame is amazing. I welcome it. First of all, thank you to everyone who took time to come out today. I really appreciate it. And most of all, I invite you to live with me in gratitude, free of blame, shame, or regret. Live free. I want to offer special thanks to everybody who made this event possible. Thank you for the acknowledgement from the Georgia Governor's Mansion and Congresswoman Nakima Williams. Thank you, my beloved Khadija Abdul-Rahman. Thank you to all the members of the Atlanta City Council and of course, President Doug Shipman. The Atlanta City Council people really do work 24 hours a day and put the citizens of Atlanta first when making decisions. To Andrea Boone, I love you. You have given your whole life to the city of Atlanta and for caring for the people, and it is appreciated. To Phyllis Jackson and her team who worked to make this video and everything possible. To my Spirit and Truth family with D.E. Pog is in the house. I recognize and thank him. This was supposed to be his bow tie, but it didn't match his outfit today. To my volunteer community, to Dr. Merriweather and the Sutton Middle School family, I say thank you. To the Douglas High School community that's always loyal and true, I say thank you. And to my family, my children, my awesome grandchildren, and happy birthday, Honore. Kathy and Lucius, I couldn't make it without you. Isaiah, Kyra, Niara, Colin picked out my outfit today. I love you and I thank you for everything and thank all of you for being here.
And now we will have our official photo, and then we will exit to the left for our reception. Kathy, raise your hand. Lucius, raise your hand. Thank you to wonderful, wonderful children. And now the official photo.
Just right in front.
Everyone, please come forward.
Just right in. You can't see the camera.
Everyone, please come forward.
Council members, if you want some of the people up here to come down to the well, council members, yeah, if y'all want to come down to the well, you'll get in the picture. The people on the very sides, you can come down to the well.
I'll just go in.
Everybody on the right, turn to the shoulders to the right. Everybody on the left,
To the right? To the right? Yeah, but that's... Oh, that's what he's saying. Oh, okay. Yeah, we pretty good.
Come in together like you love each other. There you go. Try to get everybody.
Get everybody. Somewhere.
Right here, 1, 2, 3. Again, 1, 2, 3. Hold. Right here, 3, 2, 1. All right, thank you very much.
Just take a left. Outside, just take a left in the corner. Lead up.
I'd ask all council members if they could to join us up here. Next, I'd like to invite Councilmember Bond and all of those who are here to honor the Montford Point Marines, Theodore R. Britton Jr. and James Pack for their historical contributions to our nation to please join us up here on the podium. All of those are here to honor the Montford Point Marines, Theodore R. Britton Jr. and James Pack. Please join us up here on the podium. Councilor Bond.
One of my best friends, paratrooper, just passed away. As they make their way up, I want to say good afternoon to everyone, and good afternoon to all members of the public, and request a quorum call for all council members to join us in the chamber. 80 years ago, or almost 80 years ago, the war to secure democracy in the world was fought, and there are those who were a part of that, and they're typically characterized as the greatest generation. They have that nomenclature because they freed the world for prosperity, for freedom, and democracy. And we are in special company today, not only because these two gentlemen who represent the Montford Point Marines were actually there and involved in that conflict. And so all the freedoms that we enjoy today, these men and those who served with them, alongside them, had a hand in shaping that, literally paying with their blood and sweat for all of us. So I am extremely humbled today to be joined by members of the Montford Point Marines Association here in Atlanta, by fellow veterans in other divisions of the armed forces, to honor these two great men, representing the great sacrifices that our company has made. And I will do this, not alphabetically, but I'll do it by who was on planet Earth first. And these two gentlemen actually not only share distinguished service to our country, they also share the same birthday, right? And so Mr. Pack is 102 years old. Ambassador Britton will be 100 years old this year. He's 99. So I don't know what they fed the Marines, what they feed the Marines today, but I'd like to have some of what you were fed back then to give you that longevity. And so the Montford Point Marines existed in a segregated world, but yet they fought valiantly for their country and the American ideals. And so with that, we will honor two of them today, the Honorable Mr. James Pack and our Honorable Ambassador Theodore Britton Jr. First, Mr. Pack, since he is the eldest. Honoring James Pack and the Montford Point Marines for their historic contributions to our nation. Whereas in 1942, the United States Marine Corps established the Montford Point Camp in Jacksonville, North Carolina, as a segregated training facility for African American recruits, marking the first time that African American men were permitted to enlist in the Marine Corps since the American Revolution. Whereas between 1942 and 1949, approximately 20,000 African American men joined the Montford Point, overcoming systemic racism and adversity to serve their country with distinction during World War II. Whereas the Montford Point Marines' exemplary service and education contributed significantly to the desegregation of the United States Armed Forces, paving the way for future generations to serve the military without regard to race. Whereas James Pack, born in East Liverpool, Ohio, enlisted in the United States Marine Corps on November the 3rd, 1943, at the age of 20, and upon graduating from recruit training at Montford Point, attended electrician and engineering school and qualifying as an electrician in the Marines. Whereas James Pack served his country with valor during World War II in the Pacific Theater, participating in combat operations during the battles of Saipan, Okinawa, and other critical engagements. James Pack's service awards and decorations include the Navy Presidential Unit Citation, the Asiatic Pacific Campaign Medal, and the World War II Victory Medal and the Good Conduct Medal. And whereas in recognition of his service and sacrifice as a Montford Point Marine, James Pack was awarded the Congressional Gold Medal, the nation's highest civilian honor bestowed by Congress. Whereas following his service, James Pack became an active and longstanding member of the Marine Corps League, holding all offices, the Montford Point Detachment in Detroit, Michigan, and received a prestigious Montford Point Marine Association Semper Fidelis Award in 1988 and 1989. He was recognized by the department's Marine of the Year in 1991 and 1993, and served as the department's commandant in 2001 and received both the Pound Dog Rubber of the Year and the Dog of the Year awards for the Military Order of Devil Dogs. Scared of you. And whereas now at 101 years old, James Pack is fully retired and enjoys traveling and assisting other veterans and members of the National Montford Point Marines Association, the Atlanta Chapter Number 5, the Marine Corps League, and disabled American veterans. Now, therefore, be it proclaimed that we, the members of Atlanta City Council, on behalf of the citizens of the city of Atlanta, hereby proclaim this day as honoring James Pack Day in our fair city. In witness thereof, I have set my hand and have caused the seal of the city of Atlanta to be hereunto affixed. Congratulations. We will do a quick obligatory picture real quick. Oh, that's it. Oh. That devil dog has a sharp eye. Stand here. All right, got it. Got it? Okay. All right. You're gonna get to say something in just a moment. And now to our other proclamation today, honoring Ambassador Theodore R. Britton, Montford Point Marines, for his historic contribution. And I will skip ahead because some of the language is similar. Whereas Theodore Roosevelt Britton Jr. was born on October 17, 1925 in North Augusta, South Carolina, and was among the first African Americans selected to join the U.S. Marine Corps, serving honorably during World War II and in the Korean War. And whereas after his military service, Theodore Britton Jr. pursued higher education, earning a Bachelor of Service in Banking and Finance at New York University in 1952, whereas Ambassador Britton Jr. distinguished career includes such as the Deputy Assistant Secretary of Research and Technology at the U.S. Department of Housing and Urban Development, U.S. Ambassador to Barbados and Grenada, and Chairman of the U.S.-China-Soviet Agreement in Housing and Planning. And whereas in recognition of the outstanding perseverance and courage that shaped social change in the Marine Corps, he was awarded the Congressional Gold Medal on June 27, 2012, alongside other surviving Montford Point Marines. And whereas Ambassador Britton, now 99, resides in Atlanta, Georgia with his wife, Vernell Elizabeth Stewart, continuing to contribute to our community through the legacy and service of his leadership. Now, therefore, be it proclaimed that we, the members of the Atlanta City Council, on behalf of the citizens of the city of Atlanta, hereby proclaim this day as Ambassador Theodore Roosevelt Jr. Day in our fair city, and in witness thereof, I have set my hand and have caused the seal of the city of Atlanta to be hereinto affixed. Congratulations, Mr. Ambassador. Got it? Okay. All right. But first, before we hear from these two very distinguished gentlemen, I'd like to call up the chapter president of the Montford Point Marines here in Atlanta. Come on up, sir.
Thank you. President. 20,000 African-American men trained at a segregated facility known as Montford Point Camp. They served during a time where blacks were not allowed to serve in our nation's military. Despite the harshness of racism and segregation, they not only succeeded, but they exceeded all expectations, proving that blacks were just as worthy of the title Marine as their white counterparts. Their success led to the end of segregation in the Marine Corps, in the armed forces, period, and paved the way for future generations of Americans like myself to serve in the military. Now, I have some prepared remarks, but before I get there, I want you to remember one key thing about these heroes. As you've heard, 20,000 of them served at Montford Point Camp. In 2012, they were awarded a Congressional Gold Medal signed by President Obama for their service and sacrifice to the nation. Out of the 20,000 that served at Montford Point Camp, to date, our association has found just over 3,000 of these heroes and presented them with the Congressional Gold Medal. Now that, in essence, is the why of the National Montford Point Marine Association. Our goal is to find all of these heroes and recognize either them or their families so they finally receive the gratitude of a grateful nation. So if you have any information leading to the discovery of a Montford Point Marine, please reach out to our association so that we can ensure these heroes get their just recognition. Good afternoon, everyone. I want to first thank you all for taking your time to recognize these great American heroes. And of course, with Mr. Pack here and Ambassador Britton. Now, the story of the Montford Point Marines is one of perseverance, sacrifice, and unshakable patriotism. Now, while I briefly provide some context on their significance to American history, I want to take just a few minutes and talk about their significance to the city of Atlanta. So many Montford Pointers, when they came home from service, they came home to cities like Atlanta, where they became leaders in the community, continuing to break barriers beyond the battlefield. In particular, a few I want to highlight are Montford Pointers like Ernest Lyons, who went on to become the first black police officer here in the city of Atlanta. Howard Ball, who was the first black detective here in the city of Atlanta. Dr. Lee Shelton, another Montford Pointer, who was a famous general practitioner here in the city of Atlanta, who received the Medical Association's highest award. Bill Greason, who fought at Iwo Jima. He came back to the city of Atlanta And he made history in the Negro League baseball before going on to play for the St. Louis Cardinals, becoming the first black pitcher with the St. Louis Cardinals. And of course, the two heroes that I'm flanked with, Mr. Pack, who was a hero of Saipan, and of course, Ambassador Britton, who went from Montford Point Marine to U.S. Ambassador. And these are just a few of Atlanta's Montford Point Marines who not only shaped American history, but were instrumental with shaping the history here in the city of Atlanta. Now, across the country, cities have honored these heroes with landmarks, monuments, and street dedications. And with Atlanta's deep connection to this history, it's only fitting that we recognize the contributions here in this city. So I've tasked members of our association to actively start working together to put together a street naming proposal so we can immortalize these heroes right here in Atlanta, especially in particular near the Rialto Theater, where the first black recruits gathered in 1942 before they went off to training at Montford Point Camp in North Carolina. So we're committed to seeing this through and put this proposal through so that it can land here at the council so that it can be voted on and put into act. Now, and lastly, as we work to ensure the contributions are permanently recognized, I want to make everyone aware of a significant event that's coming to Atlanta here in July 2025. Atlanta has been designated the host city of the National Montford Point Marine Association Convention. It will be our 60th convention, and we're proud to call Atlanta our home for this year. This historic gathering will bring together veterans, military leaders, and community members from across the nation as we celebrate this proud legacy. This is going to be a significant 4-day event, and we'll be honored to have each of you there in attendance as we celebrate this proud legacy. In particular, there will be what we call a celebration of first awards gala, where we'll be recognized as key pioneers in American history who, like the Montford Point Marines, paved the way for Americans to serve. So the proclamation today is a powerful monument of recognition, but let us assure that this legacy is not just celebrated today or during Black History Month, but it's preserved forever. So again, I want to thank you all for the recognition, and we look forward to working with everyone to ensure that Atlanta proudly stands among the places that honor these heroes. And again, the world needs to know about the Montford Point Marines. Thank you all.
Thank you. Councilmember.
Thank you, Councilmember Bond. I'll be brief in my remarks because with the next proclamation coming up, you'll hear a little bit more from me. But I just want to say thank you all for your service to our country, to our city. Please don't hold it against me. I'm an Army veteran. And so, I wanted to join the Marine Corps out of high school. My mama said no. But I will say my military success and my success after my time in the military is because of the folks like y'all that have committed so much and contributed so much and sacrificed so much to make our country what it is and to make our communities what they are. And we stand on the shoulders of giants. And I'm thankful to be here in part of the celebration to honor you all and y'all's legacy. So I just want to say thank y'all once again. And I'll my Army folks cover your ears, but I'll give y'all a big old Semper Fi. All right, thank you.
All I can say is thank you very much, and I really appreciate it. I didn't expect anything like this to happen to me since being in the Marine Corps. I tell you a little short. I'll make it short. I won't take long. When I had a brother in the Navy, had a brother in the Army, and so me and another fellow said, well. When I got drafted, I said, well, let's take the Marines. They're supposed to be the toughest fighters there is. And because I come from Ohio, now I remember this. I didn't know nothing about segregation. And so when we got off the bus in North Carolina, and we had them DIs shouting at us, and I said to the good Lord, what in the world did I get into? Because I got work cut out for me now. But actually, went through boot camp, and after 2 weeks on a rifle range, then they figured, well, you're a Marine. And after that, we got shipped out. We got on the ship. They didn't tell you where you were going. And we ended up in the invasion of Saipan. And let me go back and tell you that the Marine Corps was segregated, and they didn't want no blacks in the Marine Corps, but they made us depot companies and ammo companies. And we were with the 2nd, the 3rd, 4th, and 5th Marine Division. Wherever they went, that's where we went. But where was I at? Well, we were on Saipan, and we stayed there. Well, our 20th Marine Depot Company was the first blacks to see combat in WW2. And after that, we stayed on Saipan for a while, and then after that, we got on board ship again, still didn't know where we're going. And they don't tell you anything until the day before or the night before. We'll end up in Okinawa, you know, and we stayed on Okinawa. And after Okinawa, we were all packed, ready to invade Japan when they dropped atomic bombs, so that ended the war. With my outfit that I was with the 20th Depot Company, we were with the 3rd, 4th Marine Division, and I got hurt on Okinawa, and my outfit went to China. I told the sergeant, I got to go with you. He said, no, you can't go. You got a broken leg. And, you can't go. I said, well, I've been with you almost 2 years, 20 months. I can go, I can walk. He said, no, we can ship you home. But then actually, I ended up in the Naval Hospital in Great Lakes, Illinois. And then I got discharged 1946. So that's just part of what happened to me in the Marine Corps.
Mr. Ambassador.
Good afternoon, everyone. This old man just took up part of my time. You know that. But listen, I'm an educator, and I want to do a little education. In 1942, the Marine Corps established a second camp. It was the 2nd Marine Corps. Now, they said that it was segregated, but we had a white colonel and other white officers, and we had white enlisted men, about 100 of them, to train us. And we came in up to 1,000 at that time. Okay, on the other hand, they were all white up in Washington, the other Marine Corps. So, when President Truman issued the executive order, was he desegregating us or them? I say that we became the new Marine Corps because they started to become like us. But that was my sort of introduction in late thinking. When our men first came in, of course, for some coming from the North and suddenly seeing some of the segregated practices of Jacksonville, North Carolina, they were offended and what have you. But for some of the guys coming from the South, they were uplifted. For those who walked around kind of slumping, heads, shoulders down, kind of careful about where you walk, when you came out of boot training, you stood tall, erect, heads up, shoulders back, stomach in, chin in, chest out, and so forth. These were new brothers coming back to the South. And when they walked down the street, everybody began to give them some room because they had long strides and so forth. In addition, we had been taught to fire and take our rifles apart and so forth. We also learned how to handle bayonets and so forth. So again, when we came out of the Marine Corps, especially coming back to the South, we were new types of Americans, and we've continued to be that same kind of American today. I just want to say thank you, Councilman Bond, and you and your family for all that you've done. But all of you participate in this country, whether it's to be paying taxes or to do your duty and any other kind of things. And so my heart goes out to you. I used to represent all Americans. The one thing that always remains with me was one day I was coming on a nuclear-powered ship, a U.S. ship in Barbados, and the boatsman at the top of the gangplank looked down at me and blew on his whistle, and he said, "Now coming aboard, United States of America." I've had lots of introductions, but this was the one that topped all. And so I speak for America. Thank you, folks. Thank you for all the honors you've given to us. And I would say, given a choice or something, we'd be ready to go ahead and fight for our country again. We love our country. We fought for it then, and we're ready to fight for it again. Thank you.
May God bless you both, and thank you both for your service and for your example and your inspiration. Thank you. And so now we will do what the City Council does best. You save the world, but what we do best is take pictures. And so we're going to take a picture up here.
Should I take this?
Yes, sir. Well, we'll get both of them. Okay. Let's scoot up all the way. No, these are just my notes.
Thank you. Thank you. Next, I'd like to invite Council Members Dozier and Boone and all of those who are here for the recognition of the 555th Parachute Infantry, the Triple Nickels, and Cascade United Methodist Church Veterans Ministry to please come forward and join us up here on the dais. Please come forward.
Will all those that are here with Cascade United Methodist Church veterans and the Triple Nickels please come forward? Cascade United Church Veterans Ministry, Reverend Kevin Muriel, and the Triple Nickels.
Good afternoon. I know we still have some folks getting settled in, but want to once again welcome y'all to Atlanta City Hall. I'm Councilmember Jason Dozier. I represent District 4 on the Atlanta City Council. And let me just say, it is wonderful to see all these Maroon Berets in the room. I was not airborne qualified. I was a leg, as we say in the Army. But ain't too late. Why jump out of a perfectly good airplane, as they say. And just let me say, happy Black History Month. I know with this proclamation that we're going to do today and the one that preceded us, it's very special that we get to honor folks in our community whose stories really haven't been told in the way that it should be told. And what we see what's happening across this globe, across this country, across our communities, we have to tell our story. We have to own that story. We have to celebrate our unsung heroes. And I'm proud to be playing a small part in telling that story. It is my great honor to welcome you all to Atlanta City Hall. And we are gathered here to recognize the invaluable contribution of Black veterans to our nation's military heritage. Today, we celebrate the courage, resilience, and sacrifice of the Black service members who have fought for this country, often without the recognition they deserved. And I want to extend a special welcome to the Cascade United Methodist Church Veterans Ministry, whose dedication to uplifting our veteran community is a testament to the spirit of service that has always defined Black America. And I especially want to thank and honor the Black veterans of the Korean and Vietnam Wars who are here today. We are here not to just acknowledge your service, but to ensure that your sacrifices are never erased from history. The 555th Parachute Infantry Battalion, the legendary Triple Nickels, paved the way for Black paratroopers at a time when America did not fully recognize their worth. They trained relentlessly, fought wildfires when others would not, and stood ready to defend our nation even as they faced racism at home. That history, the history of Black Americans in uniform, is under threat. We see efforts to diminish or outright erase the role that marginalized people have played in shaping this country. That is why today's recognition is so important. If we do not tell our stories, others will try to erase them, but we will not let that happen. I stand before you today as the first veteran to serve in the Atlanta City Council in decades, and as a proud Black Army veteran, I just want to say thank you for being here. Thank you for the stories that y'all have created. Thank you for the legacy that y'all have built, and thank you for your service to our country. I know that I would not be here if not for the sacrifices of those who came before me, those who fought and bled for a nation that did not always fight and bleed for them. During my time in the military, I led a scout reconnaissance platoon in Iraq. 20 scouts out, 20 men from different walks of life, different parts of this country. Most of them were white, but all of us were united by a common mission. I later served in Afghanistan as a staff officer and witnessed firsthand the devastating loss of a Chinook helicopter called Extortion 17, which was the greatest single loss incident of American lives during Operation Enduring Freedom, and I helped coordinate the recovery of our fallen heroes, which is a solemn duty that reinforced the true cost of service. And I will say that I would not have been afforded the honor or opportunity to lead those men had it not been for the men and women we see on this day as today. Those experiences shaped me, just as your experiences shaped you. The struggle for dignity, respect, and recognition is one that Black service members have always carried, and yet through it all, you served. You stood tall, you defended this country when it did not always defend you. Today, the city of Atlanta honors you. We honor your sacrifices, your legacy, and the example you have set for future generations. Your courage has inspired countless Black service members, including me, and because of you, I and so many others stand on firmer ground. So on behalf of the Atlanta City Council and the residents of this great city, I thank you. We will not let your stories fade, and we will not let history forget. So today, we have two proclamations that we're going to be sharing with the public. One, I want to first acknowledge our friends at Cascade United Methodist Church Veterans Ministry for helping put this all together and for celebrating the veterans in your community in the way that you have. And so I'm gonna read this first proclamation, and Reverend Muriel will give you the opportunity to talk and share your story. And so here goes. In recognition of the Cascade United Methodist Church Veterans Ministry, whereas the Cascade United Methodist Church Veterans Ministry, established in 2002 by United States Army veteran and Purple Heart recipient Johnny Miller, has been a beacon of healing, support, and fellowship for veterans in Atlanta. And whereas this ministry has grown under the guidance of leaders like Robert Haley, expanding its programs and participation to serve both the church and the broader community. And whereas the Veterans Ministry actively supports the USO Holiday Leave Program, providing care packages and assistance to service members traveling through Hartsfield-Jackson Atlanta International Airport during the Christmas season. And whereas the ministry contributes to the preparation of the Georgia National Cemetery for Memorial Day observances, ensuring that the sacrifices of our fallen heroes are respectfully honored. And whereas throughout the year, the ministry offers vital services such as housing assistance, transportation to veterans administrative offices, and visiting sick and shut-in veterans, supporting local homeless shelters, providing scholarships, and engaging in various church and community activities. And whereas the annual Veterans Day weekend events, including a banquet fundraiser and a special worship service featuring distinguished speakers, exemplify the ministry's dedication to honoring and uplifting veterans. And whereas the Cascade United Methodist Church Veterans Ministry embodies the spirit and service and community, making a profound impact on the lives of veterans and their families in Atlanta. Now, therefore, be it proclaimed that we, the members of the Atlanta City Council, on behalf of the citizens of Atlanta, do hereby recognize and commend the Cascade United Methodist Church Veterans Ministry for its outstanding contributions to our veterans and the community at large. And this is signed by all members of the Atlanta City Council. Reverend Muriel, if you want to give a few words.
Thank you so much. I will keep my comments brief, but thank you so much to the Atlanta City Council and to each and every one of you for this high honor. Let me just say, on behalf of Cascade United Methodist Church, I want to say a word to our veterans ministry because you all Every time we call on you, you are there. No matter what the task, no matter what the ministry, no matter what the service opportunity, we know at Cascade we can call upon you. And on behalf of your Cascade family, we want to say thank you for your unwavering dedication to our church and for your service to our country. We often say that we don't tell our story enough. And today, we are telling the story that needs to be told over and over and over again, because without you, we would not be able to do what we do and enjoy the liberties and freedoms that we enjoy. So again, thank you so much. And I want you all to hear from some real heroes today.
Thank you, Pastor. And I also like to thank Councilman Boone, and Councilman Dozier. It's my pleasure to be here today because our story got to be told. Serving as president of Cascade United Methodist Church Veteran Ministry is not an easy job. I had some great people come through there, colonels and generals and everything, but they chose me to be their leader. I don't know why. I'm not the most educated person in the world, and I'm not the dumbest person in the world either, but I guess there's something about me I got from growing up in a religious household. The Lord said, we'll use you, we'll send you. I said, send me, God, send me. But this ministry of the Cascade Veteran Ministry is a wonderful, wonderful ministry. And there ain't but two kind of people in Cascade United Methodist Church. Those at Cascade and those that want to be at Cascade. So if you're not a member, you need to come on and join us right now. That's all I'm going to say about that. All right.
Well said.
All right. Next, we'll hear from, Mr. Swanson. Go ahead, sir.
Thank you. Good afternoon. I just want to add some additional information about the veteran ministry. We were formed at Cascade United Methodist Church to disseminate information concerning benefits and other matters to support veterans via visitation during illness and loss of loved ones and those in need of companionship. Cascade Veteran also serve as a resource for other churches interested in organizing veteran ministries. In addition, we support other auxiliary of the United Methodist, Cascade United Methodist Church. As the Reverend has said, we do back to school drives, picnics, and aid in helping the homeless. And so we are here to serve. Thank you.
Next, we have Mr. Robert Haley.
Thank you so very much, Councilman Bond, all the city council members, those assembled. Johnny Miller, I've been in the ministry for a very long time, and this ministry has been held together by not only our senior pastor, our leadership, lay leadership, our members of Cascade, but this ministry has been held together by Johnny Miller. Now, Johnny Miller, for those who may not know, was awarded the Purple Heart for his service in Vietnam twice. He was critically injured in Vietnam and served and was in the hospital for a very long time. He said he wasn't a hero and they don't know how he picked him. That's why he was chosen to be the leader of this ministry. So we are a very active ministry. You can look at a lot of churches in the area and around. There are very few ministries, veterans ministries in churches. I've talked to, and other people have called us to try to help them to set up a ministry in their church. So we are very proud of that ministry, and we do very, very, it was formed to be a support system for not only the members in the church, but also in the community. So Councilman Bond, thank you for this honor, and thank you for advancing us to this honor. Thank you again.
All right. So we, yes, okay. Yes, sir.
I can get that. There you go, that's for you. I want to thank you,
I'm Mark, and been in veterans ministry for a long time. And I just want to echo Johnny's comment. I serve as the vice president, but more importantly, we served as veterans, helping veterans. I am the chaplain as well as a Desert Storm veteran, so we did that war as well. But I want to just thank Johnny personally as a war veteran that he has made the difference. And I was an officer, but it is granted our wishes to serve this sergeant as our leader, who's provided for this ministry in the way that he does. So thank you, Johnny. But thank you, as Robert just said, we're a veteran business supporting the welfare of our veterans. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Bradsbury. All right, we have another proclamation that we're going to do today. Y'all see the folks to my right. They're here with the 555th Parachute Infantry Battalion. And so the Triple Nickels are a part of our history that has been really unsung and untold for far too long. And it's a very timely history with the wildfires that we've seen in California over the last several months. Some of the first people who parachuted into our West Coast to fight fires for this country to do homeland defense were Black parachute infantrymen. And so to be able to celebrate that history and that honor today here in the city of Atlanta is amazing for me, even though I am a leg. I'm sorry I didn't get a chance to jump out of an airplane, but I do want to make sure that the public knows that I am forever in your debt, and we all are as well. And so in honor of the historic Triple Nickels 555th Parachute Infantry Battalion, whereas the 555th Parachute Infantry Battalion, known as the Triple Nickels, was an all-Black airborne unit of the United States Army formed during World War II as a result of a recommendation made in December 1942 by the Advisory Committee on Negro Troop Policies. And whereas the Chief of Staff, General George C. Marshall, approved the establishment of a Black Parachute Battalion, leading to the official constitution of the 555th Parachute Infantry Company on February 25th, 1943, and its subsequent activation on December 30th, 1943 at Fort Benning, now Fort Moore, Georgia. And whereas despite facing racial prejudice, the men of the 555th Parachute Infantry Battalion trained with professionalism, skill, and dedication, eventually pioneering airborne operations and serving as the first rough terrain jump specialist in the United States Army. And whereas the unit was deployed in 1945 as part of Operation Firefly, combating wildfires in the Pacific Northwest caused by incendiary balloon bombs launched by Japan, thus playing a critical and unheralded role in defending the United States. And whereas the 555th Parachute Infantry Battalion's success, courage, and unwavering commitment to excellence contributed to the desegregation of the United States military, ultimately paving the way for greater racial integration in the armed forces. And whereas in 1947, the members of the 555th were transferred to 3rd Battalion, 505th Parachute Infantry Regiment of the 82nd Airborne Division, marking a significant step toward the full integration of Black soldiers into the United States Army. And whereas the legacy of the 555th Parachute Infantry Battalion continues to inspire generations of service members and citizens alike, standing as a testament to perseverance, patriotism, and the ongoing pursuit of equality and justice. Now, therefore, be it proclaimed that we, the members of the Atlanta City Council, on behalf of the citizens of Atlanta, do hereby recognize and honor the profound contributions of the 555th Parachute Infantry Battalion and declare February 25th, 2025 as 555th Parachute Infantry Battalion Day in the city of Atlanta, and encourage all citizens to reflect on their invaluable role in our nation's history and the ongoing fight for civil rights and equality. And I know we had our Marines earlier that, hoorah is something they say, but in the Army, we say hooah. So I get one big old hooah from our Army folks. Thank you. And this has been signed by all members of the Atlanta City Council. Thank you all so much once again for your service to our country. Mr. Miller.
I hardly know what to say now, but thank you, Councilman. I know when my shoulder hurt, so you've been standing on me. So, But anyway, when I came into the United States Army, I didn't know I was drafted. So I'm a little bit older than most of the people on this stage up here. And I was drafted, y'all don't know nothing about drafting, nothing about it. But anyway, they had a draft then. And I was drafted into the United States Army. And when I got to the induction center, which is down on Ponce at that time, and those sergeants told me, said, you can make some more money if you go airborne. I didn't know what the devil airborne. He said, I said, how much can I make? He said, $55 more a month. And I'm paying like $98. I said, well, give me that $55 more. But I still didn't know what I was getting into until I went through basic training and advanced basic training, and they sent me down to Fort Benning, Georgia, where we do our airborne training. It's not but a 3-week course, but it's the worst 3-week course I ever spent in my life. And from there, they said, well, it's time for you to jump. Jump where? They got a tower down there, it's 250 feet, you jump out of there. They got a 34-foot tower, you jump out of there. So you successfully do all of that. Then you move up to the airplane, which I think was a C-47 that we were jumping out of there. You know, that's the first time I ever been close to a plane. Now you're talking about jumping out of a plane. I said, you got to be kidding. He said, yeah. So you put on your parachute, and next thing I know, they said, stand up. You're on the aircraft, and next thing you hear is you got a 2-minute warning. I guess that's where football got that from. 2-minute warning. And the green light come in, and the jump master says, stand in the door. Oh, Lord, everything starts shaking. Everybody's eyes get small, and you got to stand in the door. And then he said, go. You jump out there, you think you can fly. Well, I wish I could have been able to fly, but you got to make 5 consecutive jumps. You try to do them all in one day. And after the 5th one, you get back and they'll pin those covenant wings on you. These little wings right there, like that. And that means you're a United States paratrooper. But then, yep. So after that, they sent me to Fort Bragg, North Carolina. I thought it was going to be a little easier when I got there, but the first time I got in Fort, it was that night. Sergeant Major come on the bus and said, get off that sergeant bus. Then they said, who told you to get off the bus? You just told her that. Get back on that bus. He just harassed her and harassed her. I said, just doggone, I'm back in bases again. So my assignment was, you can send me to the 3rd Brigade, the 505. I didn't know then, like I didn't know nothing until I went to Vietnam and came back, that the 505 was the 555th. But they didn't tell you. The old timers, they didn't tell me that. So what I'm saying, you got to tell your story. If you don't tell it, you'll never know it. Nobody will never know it. I've been in the triple nickel ever since 1966. And I didn't know it until I went to Vietnam, fought in Vietnam. And then I found out that you were already in the triple nickel. So I'm the oldest triple nickel, one of the oldest triple nickels, not still alive. Yes, sir. So tell your story, and you got to put it in a book. See, if you don't put it in a book or something, it'd be like Matthew, John, all the rest of it. If it wasn't in the book, we didn't even know nothing about it. So they got it in a book. So we got to put it in a book, and we got to tell our story. Amen. All right? So with that, I want to say it to Frederick Douglass once said that to forget your stuff, forget your history is betrayal. Only to remember your history is revolutionary. Thank you.
But before we wrap up, I just want to double check, is Scarlett Williams here? Okay, no worries. Do any of my colleagues want to say a few words? Councilmember Boone.
Congratulations, congratulations. And I would like to thank you all so much for coming to Atlanta City Hall. My team and I learned so much. It was a really, really deep history lesson. So on behalf of the thousands of residents of Council District 10, thank you, thank you, thank you. And a special thank you to my cousin, Mr. John May. Raise your hand, John. That's my cousin. I want to thank him. He is such a nurturer, always there for our family, and we just love and appreciate him. And to our veteran council member, thank you for recognizing these wonderful, wonderful men and women.
Councilmember Bond.
Thank you, Councilmember Dozier, and thank all of you for your service. And thank you for standing in the gap for so many that for paving the way for the rest of us. Not only for defending this country, but defending a country that didn't always love and defend you back. So thank you for that. And I just want to call the name of our classmate, Richard Trammell, who was a paratrooper who just recently passed away. But we want to thank you for your service, and we can't do enough to show our appreciation for what you've done and the example that you continue to set. God bless you, and may flights of angels sing thee to thy glory. Amen to that. Amen. Amen.
All right, with that, let's take a few pictures.
Sir. You step up.
Come on up.
Come on up.
Did you all get pins? Did you get gold pins? Here, these are civic and gold pins. I want to make sure everyone, I want you all to get gold. Down to the front. Oh.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Thank you. I'd like to invite Councilmember Winston and all of those who are here for the recognition of Arbor Day to come forward and join us up here on the podium. Thank you.
Good.
All right, good afternoon, everyone. Sort of feel like I got the short end of the straw here coming after all those great heroes that came before us. But a lot of our proclamations, we celebrate the past historic accomplishments of individuals. This next proclamation is about celebrating the future, a future for a better Atlanta, one in which we can hope for a future where we can have fresher air, more trees that cover the canopy of Atlanta. And so this proclamation is in recognition of Arbor Day of 2025. I've got Commissioner Cutler from Parks and Recreation, and I'm going to turn it over to him to say a few words before I read the proclamation. So, thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Winston, and thank you, Council President Doug Shipman and members of City Council. I'm just super excited to be here today to celebrate Georgia Arbor Day and a time to reflect on the importance of trees and to recognize the impactful benefits, as Councilmember Winston talked about, that trees bring to our community. The best day to plant a tree was about 100 years ago. The next best day is today. So Arbor Day is all about trying to work on planting more trees and working with our great partners here with Trees Atlanta and the Department of Community Planning and the tree committee to make sure that we have a great canopy. Here in Georgia, we celebrate Arbor Day on Friday, February 21st. And as many of you may know, Atlanta is well known as being a city in a forest. Visitors from all over the world, when they fly into Hartsfield-Jackson Airport, often comment at how beautiful our city is. And then they go to our parks, they go to our natural areas, and they see how even more beautiful it is. This year is a big year for the city of Atlanta. This is our 40th consecutive year of being recognized by the Arbor Day Foundation as being a Tree City USA Award. And that is a big deal. We are proud of this accomplishment, and the timing is well in alignment with our Love Your Park event. The Department of Parks and Recreation, in collaboration with Park Pride, Atlanta Beltline Partnership, Trees Atlanta, Chattahoochee Riverkeeper, West Atlanta Watershed Alliance, Historic Oakland Foundation, and many other friends and conservancy groups are celebrating the month of February with our second annual Love Your Park event. Throughout the entire month of February, hundreds of volunteers have signed up to help beautify our parks and plant trees and put mulch around the base of the trees as well. This effort will more than double last year's commitment by serving over 30 parks, well beyond the 12 that we did in 2024. Thanks to many of the council members who are here today who have participated in this year's event and activity or who will participate this weekend. We plan projects in every single council district. And for those that have not yet participated and want to get out to Love Your Park, because maybe you have a little bit of FOMO of being outside, planting trees and engaging with our parks, please join us as we wrap up this month by going on to parkpride.org and signing up today. The Department of Parks and Rec is committed to making sure that our city has a 50% tree canopy by conserving forest land and planting more trees. To that end, Mayor Dickens and his administration, we've acquired over 500 acres, many of that largely forested using our Tree Trust Fund dollars. That's more acreage than the last two administrations combined acquired in parkland over 12 years. So in 3 years, we've gotten over 580 acres, which is really impressive as a city. Trees offer many benefits. They provide residents with clean air and water, reduce the effects of urban heat island, increase property values, and provide countless physical and mental health benefits. According to the Tree City USA, trees also help us reduce energy costs by over 25%. The Department of Parks and Recreation believes that everyone who resides in Atlanta should have equitable access to parks and trees and the benefits they bring. So for these reasons and many others, the city has partnered with Trees Atlanta as part of the 1 Million Trees Initiative. Through this partnership, we've committed to planting over 3,000 trees during this planting season, and DPR's long-term goal is that every Atlanta enjoys a convenient walk by being able to be within a 10-minute walk of a green space. So on behalf of the Department of Parks and Rec, we graciously accept this proclamation and appreciate the support of the city's administration and our awesome city council. So thank you.
Mr. Cutler. Some of my colleagues, Councilmember Antonio Lewis.
I was thinking about my last text I sent to Brother Greg from Trees Atlanta, and we were talking about trees in the canopy in Atlanta, and he was telling me about trees that don't grow in Atlanta. And thinking about the first joke, the anecdote that Commissioner Cutler said that the best time to plant a tree was 100 years ago. What I told Brother Greg was the best time to plant a lemon tree in Atlanta, Georgia, was when me and my grandmother planted one about 20 years ago in our yard. And I told him that on Cleveland Avenue, that we grew up with chickens in our backyard, and we planted everything we wanted. I told him I had a tree with hundreds of lemons in it, and I planted it myself. And so as a council person, this year I was working with Marta, and we were looking at replacing trees, and we were looking at the tree ordinances for the city of Atlanta. What I wanted to do was plant trees that do stuff. And so and they do stuff, right? Because I grew up grabbing mustard dimes off trees, just walking around. I grew up knowing everybody had a pecan tree in their yard. I grew up knowing some of my neighbors had fig trees. And so I wanted to plant trees that do stuff again. And so when I was working with Marta a few weeks ago, I want to tell Brother Greg about this, because most of our text messages are about trees that do stuff, right? And so I'll announce it here. We work with Marta on some right-of-way purchases in District 12 on Cleveland Avenue and Metropolitan, and we have to replace some trees. And I say, if we're going to replace some trees, let's only replace them with trees that do something. And so if you're on Cleveland Avenue and Metropolitan, over the next year, you're going to be seeing pecan trees popping up and more mustard-dine trees popping up, and that's us trying to replenish the canopy of Atlanta and also plant trees to help people. And so I truly appreciate our Councilperson Winston for recognizing National Arborist Day. I truly appreciate the folks that are keeping our canopy what it is in the city of Atlanta. So thank you again, Council Member, for this, and thank you for today.
Thank you, Councilmember Lewis. Next, we'll bring up Councilmember Michael Julian Bond.
Thank you, Councilmember, for acknowledging the Arbor Day. You know, the story of Atlanta is the story of trees. And so one of the things that, Commissioner, I want to say that 50% is the minimum, right? We want to exceed that 50% tree canopy. Being born and raised here in Atlanta, I wouldn't know Atlanta if it didn't have trees in it. I played in the trees, climbed in the trees, sometimes fell from the trees, growing up here, but that is probably the single most important thing that we can do to help our environment and to help our community and to help maintain the indigenous beauty of our city is to preserve trees. And so with this acknowledgement, we want to raise awareness for the general public to support Trees Atlanta. When I was first elected, I think at that time they showed me, this was back in '94, they showed me a heat map where Atlanta had lost 30,000 trees. And that was in the 90s. And so since that time, we have to make it our business to plant our friends, to plant those who provide us not only decent shade and beauty, but helps us to sustain our lives. And so everyone within the sound of our voice who watches this program and who gets it on whatever type of feed, every yard in Atlanta needs a tree. Thank you for what you do.
Thank you. Next, Councilmember Norwood.
Well, this
This day is near and dear to my heart. As those of y'all may know, I was the first volunteer coordinator for Trees Atlanta in the 1980s and have been a major proponent of green space and love the fact that we have our new parks commissioner who is fabulous, understanding this and wanting parks to be so special and so green and so lush. And what I have said from time to time is what Sherman didn't get, the developers have tried. So what we want to do is combat that with saving our green space, planting our new trees, and having the city continue to be the city in a forest. So thank you all for your great work, because y'all are the best. We are the enthusiasts, but you are the pros and the experts. So thank you all.
Thank you. Next, I want to bring up our friend and partner from Trees Atlanta, Executive Director Greg Levine, also known as Brother Greg.
Well, I just want to thank everybody here. I think Council and Mayor Dickens have been extremely supportive of the canopy. As the Commissioner said, more forests have been protected under this one mayor than the last two combined. And it's super important, as we know, all trees do good things, whether it's cleaning air or water. They may not make fruit for us to eat, but make fruit for somebody to eat. So trees are super important, and it's really a legacy that we are doing here today by planting trees. And when you plant a tree, you are planting a legacy. We have a lot of opportunities for you to do that. Arbor Day is actually Friday. We're going to be in John Lewis Flowering Forest, which is, we're planting 1,000 flowering trees to honor the great man. We're in our last year, and we're, I think, at 900 trees, flowering trees. And we're also going to be at Carver Academy on Saturday, so if you'd like to come plant. But if you can't make it, those that are here or listening on the channel here, again, plant a tree in your yard. We're giving them away this week. The city has created a great opportunity where you can get a free yard tree. If you live in the city of Atlanta, please take the opportunity, because this is the one way that people can really make a difference in the challenging world, is by making cleaner air, by planting a tree for the future and their own children. So just thank you.
Any other? So with that, I'm going to read the proclamation. We did have someone? Okay. With that, I'm going to read the proclamation here. In recognition of Arbor Day 2025, whereas the Atlanta City Council is proud to recognize Arbor Day and celebrate the 40th consecutive year that the city of Atlanta, often referred to as the city in a forest, has bestowed with the Arbor Day Foundation's Tree City USA Award. And whereas each year the state of Georgia celebrates Arbor Day in February, specifically on the third day of Friday of the month, to align with the optimal tree planting season in the state. And whereas Arbor Day celebrates the many benefits, including improving both air and water quality, sequestering carbon, reducing the heat island effect, reducing energy costs, mitigating the impacts of climate change, and providing food for people and habitat that support the complex web of life. And whereas for this year's planting season, the city of Atlanta will facilitate the planting of over 3,000 trees in our community. And whereas the city of Atlanta has partnered with Trees Atlanta in the 1 Million Trees Initiative, a tree planting and tree conservation campaign, and whereas these efforts reinforce the words of Arbor Day's founder, J. Sterling Morton, who said that each generation takes the earth as trustees. This idea reminds us of all of the responsibility each generation has toward protecting the environment. Now, therefore, be it proclaimed that we, the members of the Atlanta City Council, on behalf of the citizens of Atlanta, do hereby recognize Georgia Arbor Day 2025 with this presentation. So thank you all as I present this proclamation. And so, as we do best, we'll take a photo and we'll get going. Thank you.
Thank you all. We will now move to public comment. I'd like to remind everyone that you have up to 2 minutes unless you have yielded time to others on the list. You can't yield time unless it's written on the list. We have a number of speakers today, so I'd ask everyone to keep it moving. First up will be Brother Muhammad. Brother Muhammad? Okay. We'll go to the next speaker, Walter Reeves. You'll have up to 2 minutes.
Walter Reeves, Atlanta mayoral candidate. Earlier today, I submitted a proposal for the Fulton County Friendship Municipal Bill. I will read the letter. Dear Council President Shipman, thank you for everything that you've done for citizens of Atlanta over the years. For the past 3 years, we have been in an escalating monetary crisis. Many citizens are frightened because they are now realize that we have already entered a United States constitutional crisis. Fulton County officials are counting on you to sponsor the Fulton County Friendship Municipal Bill, which will provide $500,000 of emergency funding to the Honorable Cassandra Kirk. The federal ORCA program had been providing extra funding for a court to run efficiently, but the United States Department of Justice has refused to provide continued funding. The Fulton County Commission has unfortunately refused to help her for various reasons. It is therefore up to the intrepid Atlanta City Council to provide emergency funding. Finally, it should be noted that the Fulton County Friendship Municipal Bill is the only proposed municipal legislation with an official song, which is, does anybody want to guess? It is We Are Family by the group Sister Sledge, because we are indeed a family, Fulton County, city of Atlanta, state of Georgia, and we have to work together during these uncertain times. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Brother Muhammad. Due to yield of time, you'll have up to 8 minutes.
Hey, come here all these years, y'all didn't spare my name today. First, I would apologize to the Senate Council. When I see my name, made me think about my great-granddaddy. He had a name that they didn't name him after some Caucasian. Not take away from the Caucasian. But he always told us to keep your name the way we give it. When I came a Muslim, we got a name that was spelled different. So it got me confused. What is it? But anyway, I tell you things and y'all still do what you want to do, Mr. Shipman. What is that? I can tell you and still do it the way you want to do. I come down here honestly to speak and make public comments, but you don't even want to listen to the people. My name is M-U-H. I'm going to leave my card in so you can keep it so you remember, because it insulted me. You insulted me for 400 years, the way you treat a dog and taught me people that look like me. America. Let me say this, because I got a good spirit of heart, and I'm going to keep that. Today, OIC, Miss Shannon, I spoke with my sister. The sister gave me some minutes, Mr. Shipman, one time. I respected her. I continue to respect her when she speak up for the interests of being transparent here in Atlanta. And now I realize that y'all don't put so much pressure on a woman want to tell the truth that she wanted to say no more. No more. But what is I'm going to talk about today? We the ancient original peoples of the earth, the indigenous peoples of the earth. the Kemetic people, the dark people. We must return to our Hermetic laws and principles. Here's a duality. Here's a polarity, the yin and the yang. I know we live in America. You have an opportunity to do and be what you want. That's your choice in America. But the reality to have balance in nature, you have to recognize you're 99.99% energy. And you have to be in one accord with the Hermetic laws. When they invaded the continent, invaded North America, used to be televised, they knew the history of the affiliation and association and the love for male and female, the energy. We always balance the left and right brain. The left brain got attributes. It's always visual. But the right brain is like the sisters, the feminine side. It's always empathetic and feelings. But if you don't put the two together, you're going to be out of the order of nature. We got to harmonize today now. What else I got here? The miseducation of the Negro, Carter G. Woodson. Why did they name this month Carter G. Woodson? Because who is dark people? Mr. Dozier, you, Mr. Winston. In the 1900s, they began to join on after Prince Hall had got his association with the Masonic Order and other esoteric groups, to become one with the rich folk, become one with those that want us to do like Willie Lynch said. I know how to keep them divided. You go and teach them how to hate one another. The light skin against the dark skin. The brown skin against the dark skin. That's what I am. The darker you are, the harder it is in America. Look at the Congo. 30 million people are dying right now. Don't have food. But what about Atlanta? You got thousands of people in Atlanta. Don't have access to homes, have access to jobs that can pay them enough to pay the rent. They have the monies, but they don't have enough. And we come down, Mr. Dozier, and beg you, the 21st century, they call it. This is the Aquarius say. Do y'all study outside of their religion? Religion has been indoctrinated to keep you away from the Hermetic principles and the Western Christian order. You know what the Catholic Church did, kill hundreds of millions of my people to convert them to be like they want us to be. And here we go in the 21st century, right here in Atlanta. I've been coming down here since 2010, Mr. Dozier, Mr. Winston. I'm glad to see you, Mr. Bond, Mr. Westmoreland. Because Mr. Westmoreland, you remember you said, Brother Muhammad, you know, we have family down in your hometown. You said something I can do, I'd like you to do. I appreciate you told me that when you first come in. But the reality is, Mr. Bond, Mr. Westmoreland, let's come together and find a way to help the ones you see on the street. You was talking about, Mr. Bond, reparation. You're going to get a committee for that. We're going to be able to have people come and talk about how the state of Georgia is one of the worst states against us. Alabama, Mississippi, Louisiana, all these states fought against us every day to keep us from having access to greeting. Do y'all remember that? We just started getting educated Negroes back in the 1900s. And they were selling their self out to the Rockefeller Foundation, the Carnegie Foundation, the Vanderbilt. That's why Carter G. Woodson wrote his book, because he said, I'm not going to write water down. Did you read the book? I'm not going to water down my writers just to get the Caucasian money. I want to tell my people the truth. That's all I come to tell y'all what must be did for the benefit of the holistic evaluation of our humanity in Atlanta. It's not right that the ones I named, especially you all that just came in the last term, you come out of the district, 25,000 people, only 2,000 people go vote. Then you might get 500 or 1,000 people that really voted in the runoff. And you get a job for 4 years, making $100,000, and you ain't gonna do nothing for your people that look like you. And they begging every day on the street. You see sisters with the children. You see brothers walking around, got a bag in his head, brother, can you give me some food? Right beside the street here, in front of the buildings you got out here. But y'all don't care. Why do you think I come down here? I know I am connected, Miss Overstreet, with the law of nature, the laws of attraction of the elements. All I want to do is tell you. I have to come down here and wait on these proclamation representatives get their plaque. Take them hours and hours to get their plaque, and they won't say nothing for the poor. They won't come in here and open their mouths.
Pause real quick. Yo, you hear him?
Excuse me, sir. Excuse me, sir. You're out of order. Brother Muhammad, please continue.
Yes, sir.
Pay attention.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Thanks very much. I appreciate that, brother. You see the heart of this brother? You feel the energy of that brother? You feel our connection? I didn't have to say something, but he felt it. Mr. Sharpe, I feel you. I appreciate you authorizing the authority of this meeting. But I know since you've been here, I've been arguing about a street that ain't been paved since 1990. Now, I go to these commission, what is it, council, the transportation committee, and talk about it. You have Mr. Faroka coming here, stay there 2 years. You got Amos coming here, staying here for 2 years, and don't do nothing. You tell me why you can't move it up to the front. If I've been here 30 years and you hadn't finished the street, what else am I supposed to do? Tell me what I'm supposed to do, Mr. Shipman. I greet y'all as I did not greet y'all when I come. I say. Assalamu alaikum. May try the hotel.
Brother Muhammad, I just want to apologize for misspelling your name. I'll check with the team on why that happened.
Thank you, Mr. Shipman.
Next up today will be Ricky Brown. Due to yielded time, you'll have up to 4 minutes.
Good evening, Council. My name is Ricky Brown, and I'm rarely come before this body, but today I am back before you for the second time for the same topic. First, in response to what I'm hearing out of the Office of the Inspector General, which is disappointing, an utter lack of accountability. And the OIG is tugging her tail now and going home after willful misconduct and after putting private citizens' financial businesses in the streets, after ignoring the guidance of legal counsel. And I just like to say, I'd like to applaud the office of the legal office for the city of Atlanta, who's done a wonderful job. The truth is, it is documented that the IG was told almost 2 years ago on a proper way to issue subpoenas. Not only was that advice ignored, the OIG decided to manufacture her own subpoena form and issue the subpoenas anyway, violating the rights of dozens of citizens and employees while exploiting the city to liability, and taxpayers may be at cost for that. And we'll be footing the bill. This wasn't a mistake. This was the willful act of a rogue individual concerned with being right than doing right. We need these policies in place that you will vote on today. We need a board that can and will ask the right questions about the OIG's work while protecting the office's independence and our employees. I believe that we need an OIG who will serve the citizens of Atlanta with full integrity. And I'm glad that one is gone. Now let's get it right. Simple as that.
Thank you. Next will be Jamila Curtis. You'll have up to 2 minutes.
Greetings, City of Atlanta Council. I stand before you as a veteran, a businesswoman here in Atlanta, and a friend who is a victim of a crime that the Office of Inspector General has done. I am Jamila Curtis, an advocate for the people of Atlanta. I'm here today because we need to talk about something that should concern every citizen of Atlanta: fairness, accountability, and the abuse of power. Right now, our own city of Atlanta Office of Inspector General, under the leadership of Mrs. Shannon K. Manigault, is crossing the line in a way that should alarm us all. It has come to light that this office has been unlawfully searching private bank accounts, violating the rights of citizens without proper legal authority. This is not just a mistake, it's a serious abuse of power. No government official should have the ability to invade our personal financial information without due process. This is Atlanta. This is America. And we have laws in place to protect us from exactly this kind of government overreach. If we allow this to continue, where does it stop? The search of our medical records, our small business accounts? This is not about politics. This is not about different party lines. It's about right and wrong. The people of Atlanta deserve leadership that respects the law, not the ones that believes that they're above it, like Mrs. Shannon K. Manigault. The solution is clear. Mrs. Shannon K. Manigault should be removed from office immediately. The citizens of Atlanta must demand leadership that protects our rights, not violates them. Thank you.
Thank you. Next up will be Darrell King. Of up to 2 minutes.
My name is Darielle King, and I am here as an advocate for the city of Atlanta, as well as a friend of someone who has been a victim of Shannon K. Manigault's rogue behaviors. The role of an inspector general is to uphold the highest standard of integrity, transparency, and accountability within a public institution. Recent actions by Atlanta's Inspector General Shannon Manigault have raised significant concerns regarding her adherence for these principles, warranting a call for her resignation. Ms. Manigault's tenure has been marred by allegations of overreach and misuse of authority. Notably, she is accused of issuing at least 50 subpoenas without providing the legal required notice to the individuals whose records were being sought. This practice not only contrives Georgia state law, but it also undermines the fundamental rights of those individuals. Such actions is a very troubling disregard for legal protocols and raises questions about her commitment to a lawful investigative practices. The Inspector General's office is entrusted with the responsibility of protecting the public interest and ensuring citizens feel secure in their interactions with government entities. However, under Ms. Manigault's leadership, there has been reports of aggressive investigative tactics, including the unauthorized seizure of personal property and unwarranted surveillance of private citizens. These actions has fostered an environment of fear and mistrust amongst the public as individuals are left uncertain about their privacy and safety. Such an atmosphere is antithetical of the principles of a democratic society that reflects a failure in leadership. The gravity of Ms. Manigault's actions is further underscored by legal challenges and internal investigations, and many more are forthcoming. A federal lawsuit has been filed against her, alleging violation of constitutional rights through unlawful searches.
Time's expired.
Thank you.
Thank you. Next will be DeJuan Robinson. Due to yielded time, you'll have up to 10 minutes.
First, I would like to give my condolence to Commissioner Al Wiggins, who lost his father. And also my heart goes out to you, President Doug Shipman. You and your family have my care and prayers, I'm sure, with myself and the rest of the city of Atlanta. Oftentimes in the South, we are very trusting people, which oftentimes lead us to be vulnerable. I trusted our OIG. She told me, Ms. Norwood, when I first started speaking, in transportation about the airport. You said, hey, go see our OIG. I went to go see our OIG, and what she told me out of her mouth was, oh, we was dead over here. We had no cases. Council was starting to question, were we relevant or not? And you brought cases over here, and the ball started rolling. Now that all these things have come out, that a private citizen bank account has been violated, people's homes have been gone into unannounced, that all wee-wees of the hour, employees have reached out and said, hey, who can we go to? If we can't go to ethics, and we can't go to OIG, and if I live in District 4 and I'm violated, and if I go to someone that on council, District 9, 10, 11, 12 at large, Mr. Westmoreland might not want to speak out against Mr. Winston constituent in his area, so that leaves that person still unrepresented due to the respect and the nature of council. Now, I do understand that. One thing that I notice is that we oftentimes may disagree with the administration in a situation, let's say with Pat, but then we'll hold the administration accountable for everything else, and we don't agree with them on everything else. You can disagree with me on one thing, but that doesn't mean we have to be enemies on everything else. And oftentimes we do that as people, and I don't think that's fair. I was an advocate of the OIG and the mayor's office coming to be friends and make amends and leave it up to council. We have something in our former council president that I feel, and I'm speaking of me being me, playing politics. We have not seen Miss Felicia Moore in all these years. Now she's coming out. Instead of saying, I was the voice to help create this office, there were some mistakes made, there were some I's that I didn't see dotted and T's crossed, let's fix this. But nah, she decided to arm the OIG and start dropping dirt and being a friend and giving out information and being an enemy to the administration and council. Instead of making wrong right, man. I've been on the front line saying, let's make wrong right. But we take accountability in playing politics so much. And we have certain council members that are against the administration and want to play politics on the decision on how we deal with the OIG. That's not right. Some of y'all same city council members have told me, thank you for speaking out against this gay person or this wrong. But then when I'm wrong, you want to play and try to hijack the mayor on their decision to make a decision on what we do with this. It's not right. Not at all. It's not right, man. Once again, right is right, wrong is wrong. I think because we live in 225 that we forget the countless of women, whether you black, white, Asian, Hispanic, whatever you are, the countless victims that we have that are truly victims. And when you have someone that played a victim card, as our OIG have done today, it's a shame because there are many women out here that are true victims, not playing politics. And when it suits you, I grew up in public housing where we had spoiled kids who were probably the only child, and if we didn't pick him, he take his ball away. That means nobody else can't play. That's what happened today. If I can't issue a subpoena and go in there, I don't want to be the OIG. If I can't wear my spy cam and pen, I don't want to be the OIG, Ms. Liliana. And it ain't right. And they have come out to the board, and I hope she speak to it. They bought guns. The OIG office purchased guns. I think we want to be more than just the OIG. I think we want to be something more that Atlanta have never seen before. Spy pens, spy cams, subpoenas, and weapons. Come on, man. Come on, man. Some of the same people that I stood with for years speaking out against some things that I didn't like in the administration, counseling other people, now I'm being called a coon by black folks. It's crazy, man. Some of these things be fighting words that, you know. So I too, like the OIG, I'm thinking about resigning too because it's a lot. I have employed, we got some council member aides on Twitter right now saying that the mayor's office is corrupt. These are some of y'all aides speaking out against the administration. It's crazy. It's crazy to see how many people in Atlanta that work in City Hall wants to see this man, Andre Dickens' administration, fail so bad that we are just, in some countries, we can't even do these things. You would be stoned to death or beaten or locked up because it's treason. We are committing treason in Atlanta when we do this. When you collude, you know what I'm saying? Y'all got to think now. I used to sit over there with OIG. I know the council members and their aides, they used to go over there and drop the information to the OIG on our mayor. Shameful, man, that we would do this, man, instead of working things out. I too have been a man that if I'm wrong, I come to this microphone and say I'm wrong. I have been trying to be the peacemaker so many times. I consulted with Councilman Byron Amos to talk to the airport before we went down that road. They didn't want to do it. We're in an election year and so many people are playing politics on so many topics, and it's just not right, man. Like, I'm tired of it, man. I get calls all the time. I don't ask for any of you guys' information. People call and they trust me with it, and they tell me, you know how much I don't report? Because I still live by a street code where I ain't the police. I come down here and speak for the unjust that may be happening to people. But there are some things that some of y'all doing that could go that way. So imagine what I don't speak on. And I'm never gonna stop speaking on our Councilmember Liliana until she get this black man a job and she apologize to that young black girl. I won't stop speaking on it. And next full council member, her and her mother will be here to speak to this. And I won't stop until you make this right. Because once again, many blacks have been hung, killed, beaten for women saying that, hey, I'm being robbed and it's not a robbery. Hey, he whistled at me. We've been hung for less. Or whistle, eyeballing. And you dare be in a park and you say you're robbed and you're not. How dare you? How dare you? And how dare all the council members that befriend you and won't speak to you in private and tell you you're wrong. And if you guys have, my apologies. But she is wrong. And don't uphold that. That black man could have lost his life that day doing what another black man told him to do. Cowards. Which was Maynard Jackson's last speech to council. We have become a bunch of cowards, is what he said. And I want to ask the board when y'all come up here, did y'all ask her the right question? No, you did not, because you didn't even know about her husband and his affiliation with the firm that he worked for. You did not. So don't come up here taking up for somebody when you haven't done your due diligence. It's just as simple as that. And to Felicia Moore and your minions, man, we're not playing politics, because guess what? The people spoke. I have to live with God's will. I ran twice. I lost to Isha Collins. She's not my enemy. I didn't run against her. I ran to help Atlanta. But guess what? If it's God's will and he chose for her to win, that's what it is. I'm not conspiring to go against her, but we got people like Felicia Moore using some of y'all to go against this mayor and his administration, because why? One thing about it, everything done in the dark will be revealed. But we don't have to go against people and conspire for other people's downfall. We don't have to do that. I don't care if you don't care what I say, what I like up here, but I have been violated. Stand with me. I'm the first one. When that woman was gutted and mutilated at Piedmont Park, I was the first one came to council and said, hey, ain't no way we're going to stand for this. What we going to do? I'm not a lesbian. I'm not white, but I have compassion for her and that dog. And that 77-year-old lady in Buckhead that was killed by the 25-year-old black male, I was in court standing with her and her family against that. That's who I am. So when I'm wrong, stand with me. Thank you.
Time has expired. Thank you. Next will be Jared Jackson. You have up to 2 minutes.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Gerard Jackson, and I'm a proud City of Atlanta employee with 23 years of service. Despite the political challenges we face today, the dedicated employees of the City of Atlanta continue to work to keep essential services running for our communities. Because of these crucial efforts, many of our colleagues who would normally be here to discuss the ongoing issues we have with the OIG are unable to attend. However, I want to assure you that we remain fully committed to address these issues. Our priority is to ensure that all City of Atlanta employees receive the support, transparency, and fairness that they deserve. Thank you.
Thank you. Next will be Carlton Ham.
He had to leave, so we can.
Okay. Next will be Myron Thrasher. You have up to 2 minutes.
Good afternoon, Council. I'm just here. I'm a city employee. City employees need to understand their rights and feel safe speaking when they have concern. Making sure the ethics and OIG process is simple and support and build trust with the city council, employees, and the OIG. Everybody got hearts. Last time we spoke, everybody had the right mindset. We ain't gonna play wrong, we gonna play right, we're gonna make it right. And I wanna say thank y'all for that and make a better workplace for us employees. Thank you.
Thank you. Next will be Crystal Jeffrey. Up to 2 minutes.
Good afternoon, council members. I'm Crystal Jeffrey, Secretary Treasurer of AFSCME. Today, I want to speak on the importance of ensuring clear guardrails around the work of the Office of Inspector General and the responsibilities that come with it. The OIG's role is just not about oversight, it's about trust. It is about ensuring that every employee knows their rights are protected, that processes are fair, and that accountability is upheld at every level of our government. But to achieve this, we must have structure. We must have policies that are clear, consistent, and enforceable. That is why the OIG Task Force recommendations are so critical. These recommendations are not just bureaucratic changes, they are necessary steps to strengthen protections for employees and citizens alike. They set clear expectations, reinforce due process, and ensure that investigations, decision-making, and workplace rights are handled with integrity and transparency. I urge this council to work alongside our employees and adopt the recommendations. By doing so, we are not only upholding the principles of fairness and accountability, we are building a stronger, more trusted government. Let's move forward to ensure that these essential protections are put in place. I thank you for your time and leadership and effort.
Thank you. Next will be L.A. Pink. Due to yielded time, you'll have up to 10 minutes.
Boy, there's a lot going on in here today. And I must indeed say, for all of the corruption that we have here in the city of Atlanta, Fulton County, I mean, for what we got with the OIG, what would you expect? But I must say, I hate that what happened to some of the victims, but when you investigate in corruption, and y'all gotta understand, I, by far, am a fan of Mayor Dickhead's, by far. He owes money. He had a ball spending thousands, a trillion, well, actually $100,000 on a ball that he promised to pay back, and now all of a sudden that's supposed to go away, and he has the best office just because he sits up here and puts on shows like as if he's helping the homeless. I mean, the investigation goes so deep. I mean, Drea Boone, she know. I got paperwork. I'm still trying to figure out why she's still sitting here. I'm wondering why she hasn't resigned yet with the money being taken. I mean, the proclamations is cute. And I'm glad that some of them can receive them before they die. But they are show. Because we know that there's still money laundering going on here. We know that there's still money being transferred in and out of accounts that we don't know about. See, they with the OIG, it was a bittersweet, because it was sweet because she was into what she was supposed to be into, and then she got out of it by going into people's personal accounts. So don't get it twisted, and don't let the people fool you that she wasn't onto something, because trust me, it goes deep. It goes deep with our DA. It goes deep with our sheriff. It goes deep with our mayor, with our county clerk. I mean, we can keep going. So don't get it twisted, and please don't get it fucked up, because it's real. Excuse my language, but don't get it twisted. Like as if she resigned today and there's no dirt going on. Because these hands that I'm holding up here, every last person I just named got blood on them. Blood on them. Sheriff LeBuck got how many bodies on him? It seems like every time he don't get no money, there's a new body come to the jail. Somebody else comes up dead. The DA, is she investigating it? Absolutely not. She got thousands of cases that she sit up under that we are right now investigating because of her negligence. But she gets up there and she begs for money. And then she gets y'all to back her behind. But then corruption stands with corruption. Don't it, Boone? And I'm talking what the streets is talking. I get the paperwork. I get it. And like I said, anytime your attorney want to see it, baby, tell him to holler at me, because I got it waiting on you. Trust me, it might be moving slow, and it might be seeming like nothing's being done. I know y'all mad at the president that, you know, he's stopping stuff, but trust me, he's stopping it for a reason. You know that mug shot he got up off in there? I would have put mine up too. I told him, don't steal mine. You go look at my record. I want you to. You know why? Because we got passes to come for y'all's. Okay? I got the homeless right now. Yeah, they did this big old stage and help the homeless, and let's get out there and do something for them. And they paraded it. They showed y'all what was really going on. But we still had something that just died right here across the street. Mr. Tim. Just died. What, Monday?
Monday.
Froze to death. Miss V out there right now. They just amputated her toes. Frostbite. So it takes the city to kill them for them to be recognized. It's full off in here. Last meeting, full. They talking about how devastating it was for it to happen. We even got, he has one that froze to death.
Dead body.
Okay? That he was trying to get to the hospital before he died.
Dead body. Go right.
Sad.
Frozen to death.
This is sickening.
He couldn't even stay in here and sleep. It looked pretty warm.
Sickening. But then you got them boycotting. You got your pastors coming up here. The same pastor that he sent to me to pay his members' bill for them to stay inside of their home. The same pastor that sent one of his members, but they were sleeping in a car. But he sending out a 40-day boycott. The same pastor that y'all worshiping like he up here civil rights. Well, where the right to your own people and your member of your church? Because see, I got a video. I got pictures of them same members that came and needed money from me. Okay? So when we sit up here and we talk about boycotting and fighting and what's right and what's wrong, what really is going on though? We sit up here and we want to talk about, voters' rights, and we're going to lose this. Well, we lost it already, because from what I last looked at, when the sheriff ran, we still ain't got the count for the sheriff. So y'all just going to push the sheriff in on us. Y'all going to tell us Sheriff LeButt is our sheriff. We still ain't got that count. We fighting right now to get the counts. Sheriff, sit up here. He was sworn in on the 10th. Didn't even get approved for a bond. Nobody would even be on his bond until the 26th of December. but he the sheriff. See violations. But nobody was looking. Nobody said nothing. But y'all want to talk about the OIG? Let's really talk about what's going on with the corruption here. From Atlanta to Fulton County, y'all back to back. But it's a domino effect of the corruption, the incompetence that we got here. Malfeasance. I mean, it's just sickening. When are we gonna ask for an investigation, a real investigation? Why do we have to continue to have people's accounts going into and all of this? Why can't y'all, the ones that is doing right, stop being scared? Stand up. Because if we can't get you to come forth, it was said, silence is violence. And if we cannot get those that are not part of the corruption to come forth, guess what? We want you out too, because you're part of the problem. Part of the problem. There's no way you can say you for the people, but you're scared of the people you sitting with, but you're supposed to be for the people that you're fighting with. See, because when you need to get in office, it ain't the person sitting next to you that's going to help you get in office. It's these people right out here. It's all these people right here. This who you go door knocking to. This who you come and ask, can I get your vote? Can you give me your influence? Can you tell your people to vote for me? You don't ask the person sitting next to you. You asked us. I know they don't like me. I ain't asked to be liked. God said you ain't here to make friends nor enemies. You hear about my business. And I'm here about my Father's business. And whoever don't like it, trust me, you ain't built me. This table I'm sitting at, I built. I built with the hands of God on me. I haven't received one dime from you and never asked for it. Like I told you, I didn't come here to beg. I came here to just put you on notice that if you don't do right by my people, your time is up.
Thank you. Next will be Josh Everett. Oh, I'm sorry, Mr. Everett. Actually, next will be Demetrius Brewer. Sorry, I skipped down one too many. You'll have up to 2 minutes.
Good morning, board. I'm Brewer again. I just want to bring something back to your attention again, because I'm always speaking about homeless, because I slept around the same sidewalk, and I'm not homeless anymore. But what I'm seeing out there, because God got me ministering in a different area than anyone else's, He had me ministering outside this building. Well, I just want to bring something to y'all attention, right? Mr. John, he was a close friend of mine. I met him out here on the sidewalk. And Monday, he passed, you know. It was like a real light freeze up through there, you know. And I've been fighting. I've been trying to push my word out to brothers on the panels, the board, to just step outside and see what's really going on in y'all yard. This is y'all yard right here. Y'all other yard is at your other resident. But you here for 8 hours. Check out what's going on outside of these buildings and stop walking past us like we don't mean nothing. Folks out here dropping. I'm talking about freezing, man. I know I violated every code that Section 8 told me not to do, because I have a godly heart, bro, and I cannot allow nobody or walk past anyone out here freezing, man, when I know I came from that same place. So I allow them to come in my house, you see, because I feel like we being failed. We ain't being listened to. Well, I got news for you on Mr. John, man. I'm quite sure he'll want me to say this. When y'all in here for 8 hours, be mindful. If people's out there, don't check in y'all cars. Well, this one particular dude that we just lost Monday, he made sure that don't happen, man. How I know? Because I heard him say, leave it alone.
Time's expired.
Time to tighten up, man. Y'all do what's real, man. And stop doing whatever. Start doing what's real. I love y'all.
Thank you. Next will be Josh Everett. You'll have up to 2 minutes.
Good afternoon. My name is Josh Everett. I'm a District 10 resident, as well as a senior community organizer, speaking on behalf of the NAACP Legal Defense Fund. And we call on the council to not pass 25-0-1009 as written, and instead make needed changes to protect the citizens of Atlanta. First, language in the current draft gives the clear impression that the OIG would not be authorized to conduct criminal investigations, for example, bribery or unlawful abuses of power that violate city, state, or federal criminal law. These are the exact kinds of investigations that the OIG was created to do. The office was created in 2020 after a federal investigation led to criminal indictments of nearly a dozen people on bribery or other related charges for the improper use of public funds, such as luxury travel or the purchase of custom-built machine guns. The OIG must continue to be able to conduct these criminal investigations. Second, the bill must not compel city employees to give statements to the OIG during investigations. The simple solution is to ensure that employee statements are voluntary, not compelled, and that employees are fully informed in advance that they have the option but are not required to provide statements. We refer the committee to language that was proposed by the Southern Center on Human Rights as an excellent substitute for the language currently in the bill. We urge you to implement these changes we've proposed today, and we thank you for your time and consideration of these recommendations.
Thank you. Next will be James Davenport. Due to yielded time, you'll have up to 6 minutes.
I swear to God, I heard the news said the mayor was not going to seek re-election, but it's you. But my condolences as far as your family is concerned. First, giving honor to God, who I oftentimes call my conductor. I don't have a PhD, but I do have a DOG. I wanted to come up here and talk about that low-down president, about what he's doing to our people. And I wanted to challenge you all to stand up for people like workers at the CDC, people who have bought houses and homes, now they can't afford them. But I'm gonna go a different route. First, I'm gonna talk about this guy that just froze to death. Then I'm gonna talk about Mr. Taylor. Then I'm gonna talk about Marshall Ransomford. Some of you know him. I grew up with him. A lot of y'all do not know how cold it is laying on the ground. Marshall Ransomford was a very brilliant young man. Pilot, former police helicopter pilot for DeKalb County. But he was an advocate for the homeless. Sometimes, all the time, I think you all just hear us and don't hear us, but I'm gonna give you something to think about this time. But Dr. Robinson, I think you were wrong on one thing. Andre Dickens lied on that lady. I know for a fact he lied on Miss Moore. He and Kasim Reed. I had, the latter part of last year, I did not speak to you all much. About a month and a half before my birthday, September 24th, my mama took ill. She was on her way to her wings. So at this time, what I want to do, I want to let you all know a little something. There was a lady who I call customer service. Her name's Lucy Davenport. She's my mother. Lucy Davenport used to work as a domestic worker. Then she went to Grady working. Later on, she was actually at one time promoted as a dietary manager. Lucy Davenport. Back in the early to mid 70s, there was a person by the name of Hank Thomas. There was a man by the name of Jerry Reed. There was a man by the name of Julian Bond who wanted to start a business. And they went to Pascal's Brothers Restaurant and convinced a lady named Lucy Davenport to come join them. And she did. They opened up 3 Wishbone stores. Some of y'all may be too young to know what a Wishbone is, but Wishbone used to have the best chicken in Atlanta, fried chicken. That was before Kentucky Fried Chicken. After Lucy Davenport actually worked for Grady, she was recruited by Ms. McDonald to come work for the Atlanta public school system. She worked at East Atlanta High School, dietary manager. This lady was so kind-hearted. When children who could not get free lunches didn't have any money, she would feed these children. She would feed those children. Lady had a heart of gold. I have seen her take her rent money and pay other people's rent. You all use money, y'all just throw it around like, what the hell? And now that I say that, I want to pause here for a second. And just like Kiana Jones would talk about, can I ask you, have all of y'all visited Cop City? One of the things Kiana Jones, I have a tape talked about was South River, the South River being contaminated. Do any of y'all know anything about that? Does anybody know anything about that? Have you all visited Cop City? Speaking of Cop City, I warned you all about Marta. Marta kept coming to you all begging for money, begging for money. Now Marta strutting out these brand new limousines, brand new. Out of all this money they begged from y'all, I asked y'all to go to the stations and look at them. Look at the manure in the stews. I showed you pictures of commodes full of manure. Y'all still did not go look at what they were doing. You failed. You have failed us. Yes, you have failed us. Marta pulled the wool over y'all eyes. The late, great Hosea Williams told us back in the 70s, don't vote for it. It's a scam. Marta have scammed y'all.
Time's expired.
Marta have scammed y'all.
Thank you. Next will be Devin Franklin. Due to yielded time, you'll have up to 10 minutes.
Good afternoon, council persons, and good afternoon to the viewing public as well as to the persons in the chambers today. My name is Devin Franklin. I'm Senior Movement Policy Counsel at the Southern Center for Human Rights, and I am here today for 2 reasons. The first is to remind you all of an invitation that we extended a while back to a public hearing that we are holding tomorrow as part of what we have called the People's Process. And 2, I'm here to advise caution as it pertains to your imminent vote on Ordinance 2050-1009. First, as it pertains to the People's Process, I would like to call your attention back to the 2022 legislation by this council authorizing Mayor Dickens to negotiate a lease of the Atlanta City Detention Center to Fulton County and Fulton County Sheriff Patrick Labatt. In 2022, Southern Center and our allies warned you all that the lease to Fulton County would lead to the export of Fulton County harms to the Atlanta City Jail. We told you that the sheriff did not have enough staff to maximize the use of the 700 beds authorized by the lease. And we told you that the extra beds will not help keep anyone safe. I am sad to report that time has proven us correct, as 2 persons have died in Fulton County custody under the watch of the sheriff. And dozens of others have continued to die in Fulton County to this day. And I literally mean to this day. There was a death in Fulton County Jail about 2 weeks ago that you all have not heard about because it's not been reported to the news, but we know about it. So I suggest that you all who are friends with Sheriff Labatt inquire into that. To this day, the lease has not yet been maximized. The 700 beds have very rarely ever seen more than 50% use. As of today's date, if you all have your phones, pull up the Sheriff's app, there are only 341 persons in custody at ACDC. And that is because of what we told you all before, that the sheriff never had the staff to maximize use of that lease. So because of this, the harms and the inhumanity that exists at the Fulton County Jail has continued. And as a result of that, the United States Department of Justice, the federal government, initiated an investigation after we at Southern Center wrote a letter and urged such an investigation. That investigation led to a findings report. That findings report led to a consent decree. And that consent decree includes at least 2 years minimum of federal monitoring. In response to that consent decree, we at the Southern Center for Human Rights, as well as our partners, have initiated the People's Process, and that is a community-centered initiative modeled after the international human rights input mechanisms and designed to generate recommendations to end the human rights abuses documented in the DOJ's report on the Fulton County Jail. To put it simply, we're making sure that the people who are most impacted by the harms of Fulton County Jail have a say in what the solutions look like in that building. I sent each of you all an email on January 27th inviting you to join us for several events, but particularly the one that we're holding tomorrow at the Arbor Avenue Research Library. It's from 5 to 7 for the legislative listening session. We have received confirmations from nearly a dozen members of the General Assembly to date who will hear directly from formerly incarcerated people and other experts about their experiences with the Fulton County Jail. Most of these officials are senators who will be voting on SB 7, which you all should have some familiarity with. That is the proposed legislation that would allow Fulton County and its sheriff, who cannot safeguard people, to take over your jail. The invitation to you all stands, and I thank those of you who have responded, and I look forward to seeing you all there. Councilman Westmoreland, Councilman Lewis, Councilman Dozier has sent your regrets, Councilman Winston, Councilperson Bakhtiari, President Shipman, thank you for your responses. I look forward to seeing those of you who can make it tomorrow there, but that is after you all fix the problems that exist within the current OIG legislation. Moving on to that, we should be reminded that the original legislation creating Atlanta's Office of the Inspector General was a creature of necessity born out of actual rampant fraud and corruption and crime. I'm here to offer you that despite all the great work you have done to amend portions of the offered legislation, extremely important work remains, lest your efforts up to this point remain subject to dilution and clever workarounds allowed by still existing language. To be clear, I applaud you all for restoring the independence of the OIG, the governing board, by removing the provision that allowed for the mayor and you all yourself to appoint members to the board. But significant work remains on at least 2 critical issues. The first is the imposition of a duty compelling city employees to provide statements against their carceral interest. The second is the striking of the language defining corruption as illegal acts, which would effectively prevent the OIG from unearthing the very actions that brought embarrassment to the city and formed the need for this office. Now, first, as it pertains to the provision compelling employees to make statements, let me first offer a bit of context as to why my opinion on this matter should mean something to you. You all are familiar that I'm a criminal defense attorney by trade. I've told you that my experience was 12 years down the street in Fulton County. What you may not know is that I am also a trainer and faculty member for for several national and statewide defense training organizations. I am faculty for the National Criminal Defense College. I am faculty for Gideon's Promise. I am faculty for the Georgia Association of Criminal Defense Lawyers, Bill Daniels Trial Advocacy Program. And when it existed, I was faculty with the Georgia Public Defender Council's Advanced Trial Practice Program. I have trained attorneys literally from California to Maine about the complexities and basics of trial practice. And I can tell you as an absolute fact that there is no greater protection for an accused person, or in this case, a city employee, than the right to remain silent. The legislation in its current form removes that right, full stop. There is not a single credible criminal defense attorney that would tell you that an accused person is provided more protection by being forced to provide a statement that could lead to the discovery of more evidence than if they had the opportunity to refuse to make a statement. As currently written, the legislation which you all worked so hard to ensure that it might afford employees legal counsel divests that counsel of the ability to effectively advise the employee. The representation by certain officials that this provision is a win for employee rights is misinformation. It conflates the admissibility of evidence with a prosecutor's ability to go forward with prosecution. It is an invitation for city employees to go to jail. Secondly, as it pertains to the language striking the defining of illegal acts as corruption, I only have a very simple logic to offer here. There is no logical reason to exclude illegal acts from the purview of an OIG when the creation of the office was in response to crime, was in response to illegal acts. And I am talking, again, actual, factual violations of federal law. The only reason to strike it is if it is your wish and your desire to permit and to encourage harm to the public through corruption, fraud, waste, and abuse generally. The overlap between those things and crime is often a one-to-one eclipse of a Venn diagram. One, in fact, is oftentimes the other. You cannot investigate fraud, waste, abuse, corruption without delving into alleged crime. Removing that definition is an invitation of another round of embarrassment and shame on the city. Only this time at the hands of a very, very different federal administration holding the belt. This is especially true if the city only grants an attorney to subjects of investigations on a discretionary basis without guardrails. So in closing, I remind you all, and not to stand here in self-aggrandizing fashion or to toot our own horns, we oftentimes disagree philosophically about the actions that this body should take. But even to the extent that we disagree, we at the Southern Center we seek to offer technical assistance and advice about the specifics of legislation. You all are still holding a bad bill. You are holding legislation that allows for harm to continue to exist and persist. And until you fix the language involving the compelled statements and the definition of corruption, corruption and crime will continue to exist at the highest rungs of this government. I'm asking that you all protect against that.
Thank you.
Hope to see you all tomorrow.
Councilmember Lewis.
Attorney Franklin, thank you so much for the work that you've been doing around the ACDC. From day one, I've been against the leasing of ACDC to Fulton County, and to see the consent decree is something I've been reaching. I've been in front of this, not even beside you on some of this stuff. I've been pulling you along to make sure that we got here. And the moment you looked at it, you went and found some information I never could have found for us to circle this up. So I truly appreciate you for setting forth this meeting for tomorrow. I wanted to speak to our senators who are working on SB 7. The senators that put forth this legislation need to look at the state prison system and fix that. When you look at any article about Georgia Department of Corrections, start with our governor right now, after 6-7 years, finally acknowledging that we need to invest more. Anytime you look at any social media website, anything about Georgia prisons, what you see is people dying. You see the same issues that are happening at Fulton County. If you look at the AJC right now, they talk about that we're $600 million underfunded in Georgia state prisons. We talk about the understaffing of Georgia state prisons. So the best jail or anything jail ain't never good. Nothing good about it. But the best run jail in the state of Georgia is ACDC. It's the best run one. And what they should do is come and try to get some training on how to treat people and on how to continue to invest in their jail from the city of Atlanta instead of trying to take our jail, because they've shown us that they don't do it right. And so I'm against that fully. I'll be there tomorrow, and I truly appreciate you for standing on this. And I appreciate you and the Southern Law Center for fighting this full out. I think that our council, I think our mayor, I think we need to start looking at the returning of our jail. I think the lease, just like any other lease in the world, they end. I think our lease is about to end. I think we need to start working on the downgrading of the 341 people that are over there, so that the governor and that our county can actually fully invest in their prisons and in their state jails and get them running right. Thank you. We're losing too many lives.
Yes, sir.
We're losing too many lives because they don't want to fix the locks. So thank you on that.
Thank you, and you are correct. The date for drawdown should be beginning soon, and the conversations with the mayor and his staff should begin about how to get full to that.
And the reason we need to start having the conversation is because they're having conversations about taking our jail. So the moment that we're moving in the wrong direction. We lease them something and they want to take it, and we're not even talking about them giving it back anyway. And so I'm ready to go on the offense on that side and try to make sure we're taking care of when we do have issues and having the ability to jail in the city of Atlanta, make sure we do it right. We only had about 25 people in our jail at that time period.
Thereabout.
Because we've done it right in the city of Atlanta.
Yes, sir.
So I appreciate you for keeping our eyes on this ball right here and standing fully on making sure that we know that the state of Georgia does not take care of its prisons. We know that. The federal government has said that. The federal government just said that Fulton County needs some help. And it's not Sheriff Labatt's fault. Sheriff Labatt, he's asking for the same resources from the same governor who's not funding the state prison. So the city of Atlanta, I think we need to work on the drawdown and on the returning of our jail, because they playing with us. And thank you again for that.
Thank you, Mr. Franklin.
Thank you.
Next will be Ken Roebling. You'll have up to 2 minutes.
Good afternoon. Last year, I said it was going to be a very difficult year. On November 5th of that year, the prospects of 2025 being a good year were dashed. As a result, my prediction for 2025 is that it will be more difficult than 2024. In 4 weeks, the Trump administration has taken a buzzsaw to the federal government, and the news is bad. A few years ago, the city put cameras in city vehicles. There was a huge outcry against the cameras. They were invading the privacy. Then, an employee was found drinking on the job in his vehicle. Now, there's an outcry against the IG. She must be getting close to the corruptors, because they are really screaming. Tighten up the rules for the IG and remove the provisions for a creation of a separate governing boards for the IG and the ethics officers. Thank you.
Thank you. Next will be Minister Breedlove. You'll have up to 2 minutes.
Greetings, precious people. You all are precious. And God is looking at all of us. And just sitting here listening to all that is going on, I did not know. And I was on a trip because of my nephew passed away, going to his funeral, but I canceled it. Just to come to hear what was going on, because God was leading me. He said, you go to the city and you tell my people to repent. There's a shaking that's getting ready to happen in this city. There's an upruling. President Trump, he has his people here. You all don't see them, but they're here. And by today being the President's Day, my children, uncles, aunts was in military, me, missionary 43 years. I've seen a lot. I was put in jail myself. Byron Amos, no. Councilman Bond, no. Had millions of dollars to help English Avenue. And I was put in jail for a city code ordinance. Our house wasn't even my home. You know how that deal that hurted my family? Being the family of the first black millionaire, Madam C.J. Walker, we own over 800 acres of land and helped thousands of people. And I almost died from a size 0, but I made it through. But I'm here to just do what the Lord says. Father God, in the name of Jesus, I ask you, Father God, to come before this Senate. Come before this board, come before this council, the mayor, and all your people here in the city of Atlanta. I ask you, Lord God, that they will be obedient and repent and ask for forgiveness. Lord, help this city, God, because this is a great city. And Lord God, I'm praying because, Lord God, these are your precious people. And I ask you for your help. In the mighty name of Jesus, I pray. And the homeless children that has frozen, those that have been out there, I fed this morning and they're complaining. God help them in Jesus' name. Amen. God bless you all.
Next will be Rohit Malhotra. Due to yielded time, you'll have up to 10 minutes.
Thank you. 10 years ago, a brick shattered through the window of a person who was charged with paying bribes to win city contracts. That brick had a clear message on it. It said, "Don't snitch." And then dead rats were left on people's personal property, saying, "Don't snitch." This city hall sent warning shots to anybody who dared to question the power and the authority that it has. And political memory in this country is short, but it's hard to forget the dark cloud that was over Atlanta. And it begged an important question from the public, which was, what do we not know? What we didn't know was that public dollars in the city with the largest income inequality gap in the United States was being spent on machine guns, lingerie, and first-class tickets for city officials to enjoy themselves. And this led to federal investigations and criminal charges for fraud, abuse, bribery, and corruption. And in direct response to this, many of you entered public service. You said, I want to take public office because I want to restore trust in this institution. And you made a promise to govern with transparency and honesty. And one of the immediate actions that you made was to create an office of Inspector General, an office that would have a governing board that was completely and entirely independent from the city of Atlanta, that would be responsible for identifying and preventing and dealing with fraud, waste, abuse, and corruption. And particularly, it would catch some of the same criminal activities that public officials are serving in prison for today. And as of this morning, the 6 women who were on that governing board all resigned. And the Inspector General resigned, directly citing obstruction and retaliation as their reason. And so here we are again, 10 years later, to ask the same question. What do we not know? And to answer this question, I think we need to look at three things. We have to look at the legislation, we have to look at the lawsuits, and we have to look at your leadership. And today you are on your way to pass legislation to overhaul that office. And just to be clear, this is not ordinary legislation. This legislation makes an amendment to the Atlanta Charter, which means that it requires an extra layer of scrutiny and attention. But there's an issue. The legislation is bad public policy. And I believe you would agree with me if you actually read the legislation. But you haven't. Don't take my word for it. Take yours. Every time this legislation has come inside of a committee, every time it's come in front of you, a new version appeared. And each time, most of you went into the microphone and admitted that you didn't have a chance to read the legislation yet, that you needed time, that it was a lot to absorb, that we just got to figure this out with a little more time. And instead of holding the legislation for further review, the majority of you passed it anyway. You continued to blindly vote to approve the legislation and saying, don't worry, we'll fix it later. Putting patches on a flat tire does not fix it. And as an example, in the same conversation you were having about making sure communities have voices in the process, you took out the two organizations that were closest to community in the process. The League of Women Voters was stripped of their nomination, and so was the Atlanta Planning Advisory Board. In the name of Maynard, in Maynard's house, you stripped the neighborhood planning units of a voice. And you gave those seats to yourselves with a straight face. So I ask you, what do we not know? And so I already know you're gonna say, well, we changed that. Yes. After a vast amount of pressure that came in from the outside, where people like the folks from the Southern Center for Human Rights, the NAACP, LDF, the Association of Inspectors Generals, all wrote you letters saying this legislation is bad. And in fact, that is a conflict of interest. And they had to beg you to commit to the working session that they were supposed to have. And it wasn't a working session. It should have been called a talking session because there was very little work that was done. And you put together a task force with reputable names, people who don't have experience with the Inspector General's office, but respected legal minds nonetheless. And there's no reason to assume that anyone on that task force did not do that job in good faith. I'm not assuming that. But even they would admit that the expectation to make recommendations in 45 days, when you have spent more time discussing giving yourselves a raise, is inappropriate and not in good faith of actually and truthfully wanting better legislation. So what do we not know? You say this is for the employees, but if this was for the employees, why didn't you call for reform in 2021, in 2022, in 2023, in 2024? Why did it take a public debacle for us to have a conversation about this Inspector General's office that you were so concerned about in the name of the employees? What do we not know? And no, the Inspector General has not been perfect. Just like anyone else, they require resources and support, including legal representation. But when that same law department is on video making some unsubstantiated claims and issuing press releases about an issue that has not been ruled on by any court, at worst, that's defamation. At best, is conflict of interest. Can you imagine if Kendrick Lamar and Drake had the same attorney? Y'all have put us in the middle of a rap battle that we did not sign up for. It is a back and forth personal attack that has gone out of bounds. So let's talk about the lawsuits. I know that this committee doesn't like to comment on lawsuits. 100,000 plus people know you don't like to comment on lawsuits, but in this case you did. And you have no problem talking about these specific lawsuits and allowing the court of public opinion to give its opinion. But the only public-facing lawsuit is by someone who 9 out of 15 of you have received donations from. Is that not a conflict of interest? What do we not know? In your attempt to remove a cloud of corruption, y'all have made it rain. I want to be clear, this is not a policy debate, this is political theater. And it's turned these chambers into a circus. And I thought I would end this by being really angry and speaking to the leadership that we lack, but I'm not going to do that. I don't think you like this either. And so I'm going to change the question, which is, what are we doing? Who is winning? Atlanta is losing. In a time where people are hurting, is this how we spend our time? I know some of you don't like me. I don't like some of you either. But I am not rooting for your failure. I am not rooting for your failure, but I will not celebrate your mediocrity. I love this body just like some of you do. I know we have disagreements. I know we do. And those disagreements are fine as long as they stick to public policy. And this is tearing us apart. It is bad form. And on President's Day, we should celebrate the president and act like the president who's from here, not the man who occupies the office today. And so the request that I have, hold this legislation. It's not ready. Hold it. Let's get this right. Number 2, give this office legal representation. Number 3, stop attacking the women who are calling out real fraud, waste, abuse, and corruption. And actually deal with that fraud, waste, abuse, and corruption. Stop trotting out unions and people and use their pain as collateral damage. And in close,
time's expired.
Stop the public charade. We can do better.
Thank you. Next will be Nathaniel Dyer. Due to yielded time, you'll have up to 4 minutes.
Hello. Witnessed the ceremony that you all had today honoring some of our great senior citizens, but it's unfortunate that you honor them today and tax them to death tomorrow. APS has a $100 million budget shortfall. In 2023, you all had a shortfall of $290 million, and that was due to undervaluing commercial properties by 61%. That's according to Georgia Tech School of Public Policy. In November 24 of 2024, 63% of the state voted in favor of the HB 581. January 1st, it took effect. Today, you all want to opt out. I don't know if you've done your homework, but I think you all sent some stuff like this out. Thanks to Ms. Margie, I appreciate her giving me this. It says, our decision reflects the city's commitment to maintaining local control over property tax policies and ensuring that residents benefit from programs tailored to Atlanta's unique needs. Well, your policies pretty much come back on us, the residents. Your underassessments pretty much cause a higher tax burden on us. That's your undervaluing of commercial entities. It strains our public resources. Of course, the property tax bills for residents increase. And then gentrification, it's here. So I'm not going to say it's coming. It's here. But your affordability plan is non-existent. You do a whole lot of talking, like those two over there talking and laughing. And they want to play games like they're helping senior citizens. For one thing, if you know anything about the homestead exemption and how it impacts senior citizens, most of them are unaware of what it is, how it works. So if you opt out of this, does that take them out of the notion of when to file? And then when you want to opt back in, is that going to put them at a disadvantage? Sure it will. You know, we had some seniors here who are 100 years old and plus. They should be living their limelight years. But the policies that you all put in place causes them to wonder what the hell's going on. I'm supposed to be in my home. Everything should be taken care of. I talked to one of the gentlemen that you all honored. I congratulated him. Then I had to pose the question, have your taxes gone up? And he said, yes, they have risen. That's shameful. You know, what is your purpose? What is your calling? Are you for the people or big business? You know, let me just go through the 2% cap. That's not going to be enough. You know, only accelerates displacement. Let's talk about who benefits from this. Developers, commercial property owners who still won't be required to pay their full share. You know, 39% that you all are missing out on, but we catch the heat. Luxury real estate investors who continue to profit from rising land values. Large landlords who will push tax increases onto tenants, driving up rent. Now, you all want to move so fast on this. I know Ms. Margie has been talking about rent control for I don't know how long, and she's got the shirt to prove it. Why not take some action on that? Let's talk about what should happen. Let's reassess the commercial properties at full market value. Stop giving tax breaks. You do Beltline, TAD, you got the gulch, the hole in the ground, but residents who are legacy are struggling. Let's take some time. Pause this. Let's do some due diligence and research it. Thank you.
Thank you. Next will be Ron Shakur. Due to yield of time, you'll have up to 6 minutes.
Ron Shakir, beautiful, Southwest Atlanta. Atlanta, your town. Atlanta, my town. Atlanta, good town. Anyone who visited Atlanta know and knew that Atlanta was special. Reverend Borders, Martin Luther King, A.D. Williams of Ebenezer Baptist Church and Reverend Borders Church, Wheat Street Baptist, Martin Luther King Jr., Martin Luther King Sr. They were members that had voices for Atlanta and for the whole country. A national voice of courage, addressing the issues of the day throughout America. The first public housing was built in Atlanta, Georgia. And shamelessly, Atlanta was the first public housing that demolished them. In the midst of having citizens or schools turned into shelters, in the midst of that, I had a box truck. Someone asked me could I pick up some private items or for some citizens, and I took it to a school. And when I looked up on that floor where I was going to pick up or do something, it was a floor gymnasium filled with women and children. That was before Gateway. Atlanta is a special place. Southwest Thurl, Mays Carver, Price, Westfoot, and Thurl. These were schools that had families that people came to. A city where it was a voice of Maynard Jackson, people of strength, who had a voice that one felt a new and better presence of African Americans was going to rise up. Yes, Maynard Jackson leadership, 2 terms, showed just that. Peyton Road, Ben Hill. Throughout this city, African Americans were homeowners. They had houses that were strong and sturdy, and they passed it on to their children. Oh, here come a big, bad bear from the Board of Education. Our schools start taking on a new priority, where our schools were now places to argue for and find out who can come and who can't come, who's going to close and who's not going to close. No more Carver, no more Price, the way we knew it. Strong public schools in neighborhoods. Not just public housing in the neighborhood, and working class people, professional people in houses. Not just that, but there were public housing, and we all was kind of living together, and we had a political voice. But today, gentrification has raised its strange-looking head. A head that doesn't look like you having no 9-year-old, 13, 16-year-old children that's entering and enrolling into schools. It's absent of them. It's a new home with no children, no schools to attend to, no togetherness and fun and competition. It's schools of gentrified neighborhoods, and we don't know each other well. It's a sad day for Atlanta, for its political power, reflecting the life of reflecting the concerns of Martin Luther King and Maynard Jackson, fulfilling it, but the challenge is into some new faces today. The new faces who's going to be concerned about the Board of Education and the housing, that's going to be concerned that 9-year-old, 7-year-old, 12-year-old, 15-year-old boys and girls are going to be signing up for school. They're going to know about a Douglas Amaze that was a Southwest. The fact is, we're in a place right now where our leaders have a big question of concern. Is this going to be a city where African Americans can no longer afford to live in? Is this going to be a city where gentrification takes on some kind of pride, some kind of recognition that you can get $200,000, $300,000, $400,000 for a house now? Where African Americans is struggling to be able to stay there. I just want to say that I've been coming down here ever since they started making vendors get a police background check and get fingerprinted. Well, I want to say the voice of some of y'all have been very good. Your fathers have been voices in the movement. But for sure, Felicia Moore's voice has been a strong voice. And she's been much loved in this city. And the city councilmen would be encouraged to learn something from her strength and be able to speak up that make Atlanta a stable city again for African Americans. Lives won't be threatened and the inability of wondering whether or not they're going to be able to live here. Thank you.
Expired. Thank you. Next will be John Stopp. You'll have up to 2 minutes.
Yo, what's going on, City Council? I'm befuddled. In Atlanta, OIG is getting muzzled. I had that one in my bag for a few weeks. I figured I'd pull it out. You know, one of the paratroopers, I forgot his name, and I'll go look it up, but he was talking about telling your story. And, you know, my grandfather left the family farm when he was 17 to go be a side gunner in a B-17 in World War II. And my dad did 20 in the Air Force. And we moved down here when I was 10. And, oh yeah, as far as I'm concerned, Sherman didn't burn enough. Yeah, nah. Anyway, I'm kidding, obviously. But the point of that was, you know, I have a different point of view than
So back on October 15th, when I came in here and me and Liliana had a little back and forth, and my opinion got belittled because I happen to be a white male. Yeah, anyway, so I've been sitting on a few for a while, but really what I wanted to say was new year, new Byron Amos. I listened to some of the comments you had to J. Wesley Day, who I did want to commend his tenacity with coming up here looking for answers. There was that whole definition of insanity. I'm obviously out of time, but I think the real definition of insanity is like anybody coming up here and thinking their opinion's gonna sway what's going on. I look forward to seeing how y'all vote on the OIG issue. It's funny, it's Arbor Day with the whatever. Thank you for your attention. Y'all have a good one.
Thank you. Next will be Valerie Anderson. Due to yielded time, you'll have up to 6 minutes.
Good afternoon. I want to start by first saying thank you to all the people that supports me and encourage me to stay fighting, and to the ones that actually walks up to me. I really don't know them, but their words of encouragement mean a lot to me to keep fighting. And I'm just here to let them know that I will continue fighting. So thank you to all of you who reach out to me and supports me. I'm here today to let you all know that I got my son's medical report. Melvin Potter shot my son 3 times. 3 times Melvin Potter shot my son. My son didn't have a chance. My son didn't have a chance. And by the time my son went into cardiac arrest, they know he wasn't gonna make it. And I want to speak on how is it lawless drunk Melvin Potter is not being held accountable. How? From 2018 up to now that Melvin Potter murdered my son, nothing has been done. Let's talk about this. From 2018, he had domestic abuse allegations. It was stated where he was being deceptive, which the young lady was telling the truth. DUIs, Coweta County, doing 100 miles with his gun on his passenger seat. That's a violation. Okay? You're trying to tell me that this lawless drunk murderer murdered my son August 5th, 2024, went to the police station, posted, got a charge with obstruction, posted a bond for $1,000. $1,000. Was my son worth $1,000? Post $1,000 to go home. After you murdered my son, you paid $1,000 for an obstruction charge? Is that fair? Why APD running cover for a lawless, drunk murderer like him? Why? APD is running cover for him. You shot and killed my son. You was on probation when you killed my son. Probation. He killed my son August 5th, 2024, and his probation wasn't up till November 17. Where is the justice in that? Where is the justice in this? Melvin Potter has been treated like he's above the law. And I want to know why. Why? It's hard for me to believe this lawless, drunk murderer murdered my son and get charged with obstruction. If that was my son going to get charged with obstruction? Would my son be going home, posting a $1,000 bond after he murdered a police officer? Was that going to happen? Let me tell you what was going to happen. They'd have beat the bejesus out my son. They'd have probably kicked his ass before he even got to jail. That I know. That I know. And when I say to all of you, to see the medical report where he shot up my goddamn son, shut up my son, and he gets to go home, still collecting a check. When I say to all of you, I am hot right now, believe me, because seeing a medical report that my 38-year-old son didn't have a chance to live. And let me say this, Melvin, lawless, drunk, murderer, Melvin Potter, I know you know who I am. I know you know who I am. And I've never addressed you before, but I'm addressing you now. You're a lawless, drunk, undisciplined murderer. And I'm going to hold you accountable for what you did to my son. I don't care how long it takes. I want you to know you'll never have a day's peace. You murdered my son. And all who run in cover for that lawless drunk are going to hold them accountable too. I'm going to hold them accountable too. Because my son should be alive today. If APD had did their job, my son would be alive today. He would be alive today. And Councilman Lewis, Mr. Boone, and Mr. Faroki, I ask you all to look into why a judge, 2 judges, asked for his blood draw, and both of them was denied.
Time has expired.
Both of them was denied. If it was my son, it wouldn't have been denied. They would have come get my boy. They would have come drag his ass out. They would have come and get him. So why is he home collecting a check?
Time has expired.
Why? You have any answers for me? Because the last time I was here, I asked you if you found out as to why the 2 judges' warrant wasn't upheld.
Thank you. Time has expired, Ms. Anderson. Councilmember Lewis?
I don't have an answer, but I have an email screenshot that I sent to inquire about that, and the email was sent to APD and Mr. Our Chief Major Darren Sherbrome. I sent the email that day. My staffer, Madison Jones, she actually just screenshot and sent it again, and so we can get some answers on that. And so I think today she added Councilmember Bond to that email and Councilmember Merfaroki to that email. She just probably sent it about an hour ago. So we are trying our best to seek answers, but literally I had her send me that email at 4:30 p.m. I had her send me a screenshot of the email she sent me at 4:30 p.m. to show that she sent another one to Councilmember Merfaroki, Councilmember Michael Julian Bond to move this forward.
Well, I appreciate you answering me.
Councilmember Faroki?
Yeah. Thank you, Ms. Anderson, for your continued presence. I know this is difficult. I think we all feel your sorrow and share it. I did ask the law department just kind of how this works when a warrant is issued for a blood draw. It gets sent to a hospital, in this case, Grady. And the response I got back was, if the hospital receives the warrant while the suspect or the arrestee is at the hospital, they'll draw the blood. They can't ignore the warrant. But sometimes what happens is the warrant gets there after the person has been taken away. I don't know the timing of what happened in this case. I think we're still trying to figure all that out. But that's the information I received. I mean, someone can contradict me, but that's as far as I got with this. And I think we have to figure out, or you have to figure out, your lawyers have to figure out, what the chain of events was that evening with respect to the warrant and Mr. Potter's presence at the hospital.
Thank you.
Thank you. Next will be Jay Wesley. Oh, Councilmember Bond, sorry, I didn't see. Councilmember Bond.
Thank you, Mr. President. And thank you for being here and being your son's voice. But I want you to know that we're going to stand beside you until you do get justice, until this individual is held accountable. This was not a shooting in the line of duty.
Right, amen.
And this person, you're right, was suspended. And so we like to hold up APD and the majority of individuals who work in that department for the sacrifices they make in serving the public. The behavior of this individual doesn't represent that. And so we're going to stand with you until we get all of the answers, and we're not going to let this drop, and we're not going to let this go away.
Amen.
And thank you for being your son's voice.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Next will be Jay Wesley. You'll have up to 2 minutes.
I see dead people. Must have on the beat, ho, Debo, any rap. Yeah, free throw, man down, call her Amber Lambs, tell him breathe, bro, nail it to the cross, he walk around.
And I'm supposed to have 8 minutes, please.
Compton, the industry can hate.
I stand before you today as a survivor of a brutal hate crime. Not just in the physical sense, but in the fight for justice that has now spanned nearly 7 years. My name is Jay Wesley Day, and I have been battling not only the trauma of my attack, but also the deep injustices within the city of Atlanta and Fulton County's legal system. Last Monday at the Atlanta City Council safety meeting, Councilman Byron Amos publicly called me mentally insane for persistently seeking justice. In another council meeting, Antonio Lewis told me I don't love myself. And while these words were intended to shame me, I stand here to thank both of you for at least acknowledging that I am in fact not the same person that I was before November 20th, 2018. Still have 6.5 minutes. Because after being beaten into a coma, I was diagnosed with PTSD, Byron Amos, severe depression, Antonio Lewis, and anxiety. And yes, Councilman Amos, that does make me different. But what it does not make me is insane. It makes me human, it makes me a survivor, and it makes me one of countless individuals struggling with mental health challenges after experiencing a trauma.
Time has expired.
Where the woman at? I have 8 minutes.
There were no other folks that signed up and deferred
Yes,
to you.
there
today, Mr.
was.
Day.
Where's that lady at?
There were not.
Minutes.
You had 2 minutes today. Councilmember Lewis.
No, I was there. Where's the tall, short-haired lady? I'm going to continue speaking. I take 5 medications daily to manage my mental health and physical conditions.
There's no other referrals today, Mr. Day.
In therapy,
I'll be happy to cut
actively
the microphone
working
off
to
for
heal
you.
from the trauma that I did not ask for.
Councilmember Lewis. Mr. Day, you have time another days. Today, you do not have that time. I'm going to have to ask you to sit down, and if you continue, I will bar you from the meetings in the future, Mr. Day. Please stop and let others speak. We have a long list, Mr. Day. Mr. Day, you're out of order. You're not allowed. You've gone beyond your time, Mr. Day. You've gone beyond your time. Mr. Day, I would ask you again to please stop and sit down. Mr. Day, I'm sorry, but this is not your day to speak beyond your 2 minutes. Mr. Day, you have run out of time. You have exceeded your time today, Mr. Day. Mr. Day, you're done for today. Mr. Day, your time has expired. Your time has expired, Mr. Day. Your time has expired. Thank you, Mr. Day. Your time has expired. Mr. Day, your time has expired. Your time has expired, Mr. Day. There are other speakers behind you who are waiting and who are here to speak. Mr. Day, your time has expired. 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 You have no time remaining, Mr. Day. Mr. Day, please let others speak who are behind you. Mr. Day, you are out of order. There are others who are waiting to speak, who have been waiting all day to speak. Mr. Day, Mr. Day, your time has expired. Mr. Day, your time has expired. Mr. Day, it's time. Your time has expired, Mr. Day. Mr. Day, your time has expired. Mr. Day, your time has expired. Others are waiting to speak. Mr. Day, please put the microphone down. Your time has expired, Mr. Day. Thank you, Mr. Day. Your time has expired. Mr. Day, your time has expired. Mr. Day, your time has expired. Please allow others to speak. Mr. Day, your time has expired. Mr. Lewis? No. Next up will be Jerome Campbell. Jerome Campbell. Next up will be Megan Ash. Next will be Jonathan Holly. You have up to 2 minutes. Oh, no, Megan Ash, you're up. Sorry. You have up to 2 minutes.
A master's student of social work at the University of Georgia. I don't know what the hell just happened. I was standing with these two gentlemen out here when we signed up. Mr. Day had 10 minutes because I gave him my 2. And then he gave me 2 back, so he was supposed to have 8 minutes. I'm not sure where the short-haired lady was that was signing all of us in. She should be able to attest to that. He was not lying.
It's retaliation.
That was crazy. I don't know. Anyways, I'm here to speak directly to Mr. Amos. What you said to Mr. Day at the last meeting, when you said him coming here and standing up for himself repeatedly every month is a definition of insanity. That is totally unacceptable. I'm a mental health advocate. I'm an aspiring therapist. No, I will not have that, okay? Is it not the definition of insanity for a council to hear this, to be brought this every month and not do anything about it? If the definition of insanity to you, Mr. Amos, is his repetitive action of doing something, then that should apply to your repetitive action, inaction of not doing anything. So I'm gonna challenge you. I'm a student of the University of Georgia. I can talk to my people, we can talk to your people. You said, facetiously I might add, that maybe you should bring your council together and funnel some more money into some mental health projects in Atlanta, because obviously Mr. Day needs it because he was beaten so bad upside the head, right? Yeah, you said that. So I'm here to challenge you, sir. My email will be coming to all of y'all. Let's do something about it. Let's put some money into the streets of Atlanta. You can go up to the top of underground Atlanta parking deck and look at the Capitol. Look down at the Catholic Church down there. There's nothing but homeless people lining you up, showing you the direction to go to the Capitol and protest. Why did this just happen? Why was he not allowed to have his 8 minutes? It's beyond me. But yeah, next time you can have my time, and I'll be sure that he freaking gets it.
Next is Jonathan Holly. You have up to 2 minutes.
Good afternoon. My colleague Caroline Todd has already left. May I please have her 2 minutes?
Oh, she has to yield it on the page.
Okay. Good afternoon. My name is Jonathan Hawley. As previously advertised, I am a resident of District 1. Hello, Mr. Winston. Per the proposed legislation 25-00009, among many other offenses, the mayor is trying to take control of an office created to prevent he, his cabinet, and other elected officials from engaging in corrupt behavior. This is a moral and civic failure, this legislation. The Office of Inspector General was founded in response to a slew of federal corruption indictments against city officials, not allegations, felony convictions, too numerous for me to lay out in my limited time. That is why the OIG exists. The OIG investigated the mayor for improper use of funds for the 2022 senior ball, as well as allegations of non-disclosure misconduct against staffers under Councilman Member Bond and Councilmember Boone. Hello. Given this, I assume Mr. Bond and Ms. Boone will be voting against today's legislation in the spirit of cooperation, transparency, and accountability. Thank you both in advance. To address the critics of OIG in the room right now, behind me, that your concerns are not resolved by this legislation. Centralizing power with the mayor and city council over the body meant to oversee them is obviously not the solution to a corruption problem. And we do have a corruption problem. But let's set aside morals for a moment and cynically consider the pure politics, something I'm sure none of you have ever done before. Atlanta is famous nationally for its corruption problem. AG Fani Willis, due to her non-disclosure and self-dealing, left herself open to attack and was ultimately unable to convict a certain prominent American statesman for racketeering, despite overwhelming evidence. Happy President's Day. The Fulton County Jail is so corrupt that Young Thug was able to get jail staff to smuggle contraband for him. That is a massive embarrassment. Allowing this corruption is not only wrong, it is politically untenable. Councilmember Faroki, you once told me that you wanted your voters to feel pride and inspiration in their city. I ask you now, does this legislation inspire you? Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Next will be Nicola Hines. Due to yielded time, you'll have up to 4 minutes. Jordan. Councilor Bond.
I just want to respond to the previous speaker. I was on the council and co-author of the legislation to create the Office of the City Auditor. I was on the City Council and was co-author of the legislation that created the Ethics Office. I was on the City Council and was co-author of the legislation that created the IG. Now, of those three offices, the Auditor, which has existed for almost 25 years, the Ethics Office, which has existed for 15 years, there has not been a question about the employees within those offices or their conduct, as they have, particularly now in the case of the ethics officer, hundreds, if not thousands, of investigations. The employees, the citizens, all of those who've been subject to their inquiries have had confidence in their offices. You mentioned my office and the staff that I had specifically. The question that the IG got about my office was whether or not a particular person was an employee of my office. That is a question that could have been answered within 10 minutes, but that individual chose to conduct an investigation into persons that were not related to that inquiry and assumed facts that you mentioned that my employee did not disclose their other activities. That's not true.
I did not say that.
They were, well, you said that you
Am I allowed to respond? Or?
Well, let me clarify what you said. You said that there were issues with the employee, correct? That they had other activities that weren't disclosed, right?
I'm happy that you're putting all this out there.
Okay. Well, they were disclosed. I was aware of what my employees were doing. This person took the power that they had and they abused it. They were told 2 years ago about the proper way to commit subpoenas. They violated it. Each instance of that may cost the city of Atlanta up to $5 million per incident. This person has a spouse that has a contract with the city of Atlanta that they have not disclosed, doing business with the city of Atlanta. Now, I was here when the legislation was created. And so the due diligence to put guardrails in then did not occur. But we all assumed, wrongfully so, that a responsible person would conduct themselves in a responsible manner. And so we do need an IG. We do need the Office of the Inspector General. They should be independent, as was initially intended by those of us who helped to create the office. What we don't need is someone who professes to be the bastion of integrity, but yet themselves engages in corrupt acts. So this person has left their job, and so it is our duty and responsibility to make sure that we protect everyone's rights. It's not just protecting the mayor's office or the city council people. It's not just protecting the employees. It's also protecting the private citizens whose not only were their constitutional rights were violated. And so, I also want to put it out there that during this year and a half, quote unquote, investigation into the question in my office, they never contacted me. They never asked me to answer any questions until the day before they released their report. I'd send them an email and say I was going to cooperate with them and sit down with them. They wouldn't do it. So before you get too far and too deep in defending this particular individual, please make sure that all of the facts are out. Because I want to also put this on this, something when the individual came to speak before the council unannounced last summer, claiming that they did not have budget and cooperation. That was the first time I had seen that person. They had not communicated with me and probably most of the people on this body to ask for their help and cooperation. And let me ask you this, and put this out here also. That person that said they didn't have money to run their office bought billboards and campaign buttons talking about supporting the IG. So if you got money to put out billboards and run a campaign, now if we were to buy billboards and campaign buttons, we would be guilty of ethics violations. So there's more to this story than just people don't want to go along or that people are trying to hide corruption. So please understand that.
I'm searching for a question.
No, there's no more questions.
No, you said, let me ask you a question, and you
I
said, let the
listened to
statement.
you.
Searching for the question.
I listened to you with great respect. And so I'm responding in kind, which is my right here in the chamber. It's not a debate.
Thank you.
So I just wanted to respond to you and provide you that information because I didn't want it out in the ether that there are those of us who have somehow lent an ear or have tolerated corruption because this person failed in their job.
All right.
Thank
you.
No, we're not gonna go
He
back
asked
and-
me a question.
We're not going to go back and forth. Your time is expired. We have to-
I am not overly interested in Mr. Bond's approval over the office that investigates him.
Thank you.
I
His opinion does not matter to me.
I don't require a response from you, sir, but thank you very much for your comment, and I'm more than willing to sit down with you or anyone else at any time to talk about these issues. I'm very proud of my record, very proud of the people that I've had work for me, and no one who works for the city of Atlanta or a private citizen should be the victim of overreach from any department of the city of Atlanta. And I will remind you again that we as collective taxpayers are going to pay for the quality of work that we have received from this individual over the last 2 years in the form of lawsuits and settlements. So thank you very much.
Thank you. Next, we'll have Nicola Hines. We've distributed the material that you had, so you have up to 4 minutes to yield to time.
Okay. And I just want to also correct, the Inspector General just said she was resigning. She did not give an effective date. So currently, the administration is out of charter because they have shut her access down and shut her out of her office. She did not give an effective date, and only people who can request that is actually the board. So the board had just received her letter of resignation, and because she was shut out, she had to send it through her personal stuff. So I just want to make sure that's on the record that the administration went against the charter and did not wait for the board to request her access to be shut off because she did not give an effective date. Anyway, I am the former chair of the Governing Board of Inspector General Nicola Hines. I've served on this board for 8.5 years. Without doubt, this past year has been the most disturbing and difficult. The level of disregard of the board's input, the obstruction of our ability to provide meaningful insight and oversight, and the continued dismissal of our concerns have made it nearly impossible to serve effectively. However, I want to make this opportunity to set the record straight about the recent board resignations. The false and misleading assertions made by the Chief of Staff suggesting that we resign because beyond what I have stated and will continue to state today are completely inaccurate. The reality is that we stepped down because this administration has repeatedly disregarded our input regarding the structure and independence of the OIG and Ethics Office. For months, the board provided written responses, recommendations, and direct feedback on multiple critical issues, including the proposed changes to the board, the task force recommendations, and even requested a town hall to educate the public about the functions of an inspector general. Our concerns about political influences and board appointments, the removal of longstanding recommending entities, and restrictive leadership requires that would make it nearly impossible to fill critical positions were ignored or outright dismissed. When we raised concerns about the mayor and council appointing members to the board, a change was only made after the ethics office, not the board, elevated this issue. Even when we requested the opportunity to present to committee on council during the last work session, we were denied. This pattern of exclusion made it abundantly clear that the independent oversight was not being prioritized, nor was there an interest in meaningful engaging with those responsible for it. The fundamental independence of the OIG is at risk. The board was created to support, not obstruct, ethical governance. However, when the very body responsible for oversight is pushed aside and treated as an afterthought, it becomes clear that transparency and accountability are not the priorities they should be. Some of us resigned because we could no longer serve in a system where our expertise and oversight was disregarded. Others left because the increased demands created by excessive special call meetings, administrative obstacles, and continued resistance to our roles made it unsustainable. I urge this council to reflect on what it truly means to support independent oversight. It does not mean ignoring those tasked to uphold it. It does not mean dismissing concerns that affect the integrity of these offices. And it certainly does not mean rewriting the narrative, avoiding accountability. And while I'm here addressing the larger issue of independent oversight, I cannot ignore the fact that some seem more focused on performative attacks and factless grandstanding rather than engaging in real discussions about ethics and accountability. It is disheartening to see even a board member who was entrusted with upholding integrity choose to misrepresent facts, attack his colleagues, and undermine the very institution they were meant to support. I can only hope that selling out one's soul to this administration pays off is worth it. I'm not sure if his new job opportunity or a ground for another campaign run. Either way, it's clear that self-preservation has taken precedence over truth and integrity. The public deserves truth. They deserve an OIG that is independent, effective, and free from political interference. I sincerely hope this council is ready to support the vision. I also, as a resident for 12 years of the city, I have to say I'm greatly disappointed. Thank you.
Thank you. Next will be Cecily Welch.
She yields her time to me.
Oh, I'm sorry, you're correct. Scepter Alton. Felicia Moore. Due to yielded time, you'll have up to 10 minutes.
Thank you so much, and I will certainly use every single one of them. I want to first say that I know for some, there have been victory laps and corks on bottles. Happy that the Inspector General is gone, perhaps happy that some of the board members have been gone. And now, having seen that, there's no emergent issue that you have to vote on this legislation today. It has continued to change, and the public does have and would like input. So my first ask is that you consider holding it. I'd like to say to Mr. Bond, the comments that you made about the IG, I would love to see some receipts. Because if that is what happened and what has occurred, I'd love to see that. I'm one, as most know, I'll read everything and I want the information. So for the accusations you've had against her and her family just now, I would like the receipts. And you made a comment, you said you want all of the facts to come out, and we are right there. I want all the facts to come out too. So I have some questions that as you deliberate, I certainly hope you will answer. I was here at 9, I've been here since 9 o'clock this morning. I participated in a press conference. So I want to give you some of the comments I gave there and some that I wasn't able to give there. The current president, Doug Shipman, and again, thank you for your service and take care of your family. It's more important than anything else. At a recent Finance Executive Committee made a comment that I and others have been scratching my head to answer. What are we trying to fix? The latest headlines pointing to what needs to be fixed is related to 40 subpoenas for information on personal and business bank records that was received without notifying the account holders. As a member of the public, I would definitely be mad if I was the subject of an investigation, let alone if my bank records were accessed without my knowledge, if, and that's a big word, if it was done improperly. And if I thought that it was done improperly, I would do what people are doing right now, and that is appealing to the court for a decision and for a remedy if there's something wrong. So I'm going to wait on a judge's decision on that. There was a cease and desist letter that was sent to the IG from the city attorney related to these subpoenas. I saw the IG's office acknowledge the letter received and make immediate changes to how the IG would handle those types of subpoenas in the future. What I saw there was accountability, an official that took accountability. Now, while this issue has made numerous headlines and lead stories, there was a letter I was waiting on some response from that was given from the office, from the IG to the city attorney prior to this. And there was an open letter. It's received little mention and totally ignored by most media. So let's try to answer some of those questions because it gets to what are we trying to fix? We, the public, and me specifically, would love to have a response and accountability from the administration as we did from the IG. So I hope as you deliberate, if you deliberate today, that somebody will ask some of these questions. I've been in the background watching for all of this unfold since May of 2024. As the issue progressed, I heard a common theme. The OIG was showing up unannounced at city employees' homes, seizing their personal and city equipment, not returning the items, and not allowing them to have representation. This narrative was created and I found repeated by union reps, employees, elected officials, administration officials, and others. After months of observing numerous meetings and numerous articles I've read, the IG has been consistent in saying that the administration's statements were misleading and not true. While I began to come to the same conclusion as the IG, I watched with great sadness the administration continuing to spread the false narrative to the point where they were using the unions and other employees as I call human shields to allow them to advance their and some council members' goal of putting guardrails on the IG's office, which ultimately weakens the independence and authority. On January 17th, following the Finance Executive Committee, the city posted a video that culminated with several statements made by the city attorney. The OIG quickly responded in an open letter after receiving that open letter from the IG the city took that post down. I must say, after seeing the video and reading the OIG open letter, I didn't realize that the gaslighting was much worse than initially suspected. Reading the IG's open letter to the city attorney took me to another level of disdain for the process being used to weaken this office. My theme has been accountability, so what I'm asking for is a response and accountability from the mayor, the city attorney, and other administration and elected officials. Respond to the open letter from the Office of Inspector General so we, the public, can have a true picture of what we're trying to fix. And I'm asking the media to assist us in asking those questions and reporting on the same. And I'm asking you as council, as you deliberate, to please ask some of these questions. I'll make it quick because I'm losing time, but the IG says that there has never been any personal cell phones or other items received from their office. Is this true or false? If it's false, produce receipts. The IG has said that the administration narrative has been that there were 2 home visits and seizing of equipment, kind of making it seem like it all happened at once, but they didn't. They happened in 2 separate different instances. Is this true or false? Now, this is one I really want to answer to. There were 2 employees that were subject to termination, and they complained to the OIG. Both employees informed them that the evidence for their claim was on city equipment. That is the city equipment that the OIG's office received. It was received on February 14th, February 20th, and returned on March 26th. Is this the city equipment we've been talking about? So who was mad that the city equipment was given? It wasn't the employees. And finally, beyond the OIG open letter, I have many other questions, but as a member of public and a former elected official, I'd like to know someone to answer who is accountable for the violation of the provisions of the city charter to this moment. It says that the IG's office is to have immediate access. The auditor has immediate access. Why can't the IG's office have it, and why have they been denied to get it? And who is responsible, and who up here or back there or whoever will be held accountable for that? That's something that needs to be fixed. That's something that the IG had brought to this body, and we talked about everything else except that. So I'm asking for accountability on that. As to the legislation, please hold it. Why shouldn't the IG have the same access that the auditor has, which is pretty much immediate? I believe they're similar. The subpoenas, if you have to have another level of scrutiny on subpoenas, they should not go to municipal court. They should go to Superior Court. Municipal court and its administration, all of that is a part of city government and could fall under the purview of the IG. So let's take it out of here for some independence sake. Surveillance. This is 2025. Any investigative unit uses surveillance cameras. I've been surveilled all morning long from the time I stepped near City Hall, through City Hall, in City Hall, and right now. So come on. That's just normal business. And find out what happened and what it was used for before we just cut it out. They need independent counsel. And I will say that the public is not fooled on this, members. Be very careful about your votes. People's memories may you think are short, but your opponents will not be short. People have said, what are they trying to do? What are they trying to cover up? What are they trying to hide? Whose toes did she step on? Ooh, she must be doing her job. The public's not fooled. And there are many employees in this building, many who have reached out to me for fear that they could not come up and support to say, please save the OIG. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilman Lewis, you want to respond? But we will have the bill before us a little later to debate. So.
And thank you. I think I just want to be clear. I did ask the question of the administration and of the OIG last week, what is the purpose of this legislation? I also asked that it be held last time. I went to a Pittsburgh meeting, in Pittsburgh Community Neighborhood Association meeting, and one of my constituents asked me, because she watches this, and she said, hey, can they look into my stuff? And she's never been down here. She yells at me all the time at the Pittsburgh meetings. What I know I signed up for is that, as an elected official. The person I was thinking about most was Dr. DeJuan Robinson. And so today he came down, and what he mentioned was that he hasn't seen former Council President Felicia Moore ever in the last 2-3 years. And he mentioned that he used to run for that seat against Council President Felicia Moore. And I know I never knew he came down here before 2021. I was elected in 2021. I came down here in 2022. I never knew that DeJuan Robinson was a public commenter on as frequent as he was. I know him from the community. I truly know him from being a organizer on Bankhead. That's it. And so today, what he said today was, and I'm an elected official. I know what political enemies look like. I know when I ran for office, I know I'm an outsider, true outsider. I'm not a part of this stuff. I ran against who they wanted to stay in office. They wanted her. I beat her. I put it out of there. I snuck in. No help from none of these folks. And what he said, what I noticed then when I was running for office was how certain departments and certain offices were used against me even while I was running for office. I would see the Department of Public Works pick up my yard signs while they were at work. I would see the police send videos to constituents. We have the video. They sent one to Miss Adrienne Serrano, if you know the name. They sent videos to her, misleading, talking bad about me. And she told me that the elected official told the police, Officer Willie Adams is the officer who was sending these videos out of me in protest while I'm arguing for Black Lives Matter. So I understand political opponents. And the year that she originally started looking at DeJuan Robinson was 2021. And so he said he was running against Felicia Moore at the time period. And to see you here today, the same way, fighting for this, is so many things we could have fought for. So many things that I bet that you, looking at your current vote, your old votes, looking at things you can come down here and fight for and stand up for. And so you're right, I do see political things. I think I get followed more than anybody in this city. I'm an outsider, they gotta get me out the way. They gonna get me out the way. And so I think that Dr. DeJuan Robinson was actually, he runs for office every single time. He was only running against you. And so he thinks, if you heard him today, he thinks that you put them on him. That's what he thinks. And so I would like a response to that, because I know that's how it goes. That's how it goes down. It can happen like that down here. I've said it. And so he said that about you, and today you're here for OIG. And I stand with OIG. I did not get called to be at the press conference today. I would have been at the press conference today standing with OIG. I would have been there. I didn't get called for that. I'm unbiased. I have no ties to nobody down here. I'm not y'all. I came to be fair and get some resources for the South Side, because I think that people down here didn't care about the South Side. And so she didn't reach out to the fair council person from the Cleveland Avenue. I didn't get that invite. She got a text message. She was telling me the questions to ask the mayor. I didn't just come up with some of that stuff. And so I understand. I wish it's so many things we can stand up for. This is the only one you stand up for? Because I'm also from Cleveland Avenue. I understand that the guy from the west side of Atlanta is saying that he was politically targeted before he ran for office. I was too. And so I could see it happening. And so that's where I am. And I'm the person who helped send it back to, because I wanted to wait. It was moving too fast. It was moving way too fast for me. I'm the person who said that. But to the person, it was too much personal stuff going on. Way too much personal stuff going on. This seemed personal today. Seemed like a politic. Seemed like a politic to me. So I thank you for letting me speak today. But Dr. DeJuan Robinson is a lay person. He's a lay person. He's a person who just gonna keep running for office. We ain't accepted him yet as a city. He gonna keep doing it. God bless his soul. But imagine if he's running against a person and that person says, look at him. That's what he said. He said it today. And so that's where I am on it. That's why I was able to switch, because I got people in Pittsburgh community saying the same thing DeJuan Robinson said. I'm a loud public servant, not a loud public servant. So I could see that happening. I know the J. Edgar Hoover ways of what has happened to black folk, to black men. And so I truly think that the reason we're moving so fast is because it's a priority. We got to do it now. That's where we are. And that's how I was able to switch. So thank you again, President.
Next up, we'll have Susan Duran. You'll have up to 2 minutes.
Hello, I'm an economist for the federal government. I work downtown and I live in Old Fourth Ward. I used to live in Pittsburgh. I used to live in Reynoldstown. Today is a federal holiday, so it's my day off. I've been here all day on my own personal time, personal capacity. For any snitches out there, I'm not on federal time. So as you've been watching the news, federal employees have been under attack. We were pressured to resign. Hundreds have been fired. I don't know if I'm gonna have my job tomorrow when I log on. Our union contracts are being trampled. Data sets are being removed from websites. Data access at the IRS is being sought after by unelected fascists. Federal inspector generals are being fired at the federal level. We are facing an authoritarian crisis at the federal level, and I don't know if I'm risking my job being here and speaking out against it, but we're also facing an authoritarian crisis here in our home in the city of Atlanta. But I'm taking this risk, to preserve the strength and independence of the City of Atlanta's Office of Inspector General. The OIG was created in response to actual severe corruption scandals and violations in Atlanta's government. And since 2021, the OIG has exposed fraud, waste, and abuse, issuing 86 policy recommendations. And these recent investigations have uncovered improper spending, bribery, abuse of power, and unethical hiring practices by city officials. Atlanta deserves transparent, accountable leadership, and protecting the OIG is a step forward and a step backward. And like millions of other federal employees, I undergo hours and hours of data confidentiality trainings, Hatch Act trainings, and ethics trainings. I even entered for the Department of City Planning here in this city, and I stayed part-time after. I went through the City of Atlanta ethics trainings as well. Public servant to public servant, I have to ask you to oppose or at least hold this legislation. It is not ready, it is not good. I collect economic data. Do you want me taking bribes to manipulate economic data? You should not be able to allow anyone else that manipulates or handles or manages public dollars to do the same. Please vote no or hold it if you're against bribery, corruption, or abuse of power or misconduct. A vote yes tells us everything about you.
Thank you. Next up will be Michelle Sanchez. You'll have up to 2 minutes.
My name is Michelle Sanchez, and I'm a resident of Council District 4, and I'm here because this is bigger than just a vote. It's a test of whether this council believes in transparency and accountability, or if corruption will continue unchecked in Atlanta. The Inspector General didn't just resign. This was a warning sign. Atlanta has a history of corruption scandals, and instead of strengthening oversight, you are choosing to dismantle it. We've seen this story before. A city where pay-to-play politics thrives, where developers and corporate donors bankroll campaigns, and in return they get multi-million-dollar contracts, rezoning deals, and projects like Cop City. And when someone dares to investigate, when someone looks too closely at how money moves, suddenly oversight disappears. If you vote to gut the office of the Inspector General, you are telling the people of Atlanta that corruption is not just tolerated, it's protected. The people of this city are watching. We have seen officials indicted for bribery. We have seen pay-to-play schemes. And now we are seeing those in power actively working to remove oversight. If this council truly had nothing to hide, there would be no need to weaken the one office designed to hold you accountable. This isn't reform. This isn't about efficiency. This is about self-preservation. You were elected to serve the people of Atlanta, not your donors, not your political allies, not your developers. A yes vote on this is a vote for corruption. A no vote is a vote for the people. Atlanta deserves a city council that puts people over profits. So today, who do you choose?
Thank you. Next up will be Fashawn Ramsey. You have up to 2 minutes.
I got 8.
You have 2 minutes.
She told me 8.
There are no other folks that yielded you time. You have 2 minutes.
All right. Assalamu alaikum to everyone, and assalamu alaikum to the city of Atlanta. My name is Fashawn Ramsey. I am the CEO of the 13 Love Youth Inc. program. If you haven't heard about the state of Georgia versus Fashawn Ramsey, well, you are in a rude awakening. This message is not to them. I am speaking to actually from. Let's give thanks to God first, but we would also like to give thanks to our new president, Donald Trump of the United States of America. Can we have a round of applause, please? Put it on them. All right, so Donald Trump, as you see, these people do not support you. So we are asking that you bring a federal investigation amongst the city of Atlanta, the Fulton County, and the Clayton County. My name is Fashawn Ramsey. I have enough evidence that involved the city of Atlanta in child trafficking. Yes, I have the evidence. They try to frame me on murder and child molestation charges. I was found not guilty in 3 separate trials. Let's bring up these case numbers right now. All right, they try to frame me on murder charges first. That was the first one. That's case number 23SC187903. I saved a victim who was being trafficked, who was raped. The dude stabbed me in the head. The detective, Maliano, came to the scene, came to Grady while I was getting my stitches. And he said, sir, that is self-defense. You would not be charged. 3 days later, the Atlanta Police Department decides to tamper with the report and make false statements. They come back to my place of business because I own a school and I own a karate studio. I actually own, at the time I owned 3 of them. So yeah, the detective came out 3 days later and charged me with murder. I had to bond out of jail on a $200,000 bond. I bonded out. They still continue to harass me because the Fulton County District Attorney is part of a corruption scandal that involved the Sheriff Department in Fulton County, that involved the Clayton County Sheriff Department as well. They are creating false cases.
Time has expired.
Witnesses in these trials. They're using fake reports.
Thank you, Mr. Ramsey.
They're using lies. In my trial,
thank you, Mr. Ramsey. There are others waiting to speak.
That she was
Time has
raped
expired.
and was being trafficked. This is the district attorney who's trying to stop the people from hearing that I saved a rape.
Mr. Ramsey, your time's expired. There are others waiting to be heard. Mr. Ramsey, your time's expired. Thank you. Next will be Desmond Mosley. You have up to 2 minutes.
Hey, how y'all doing? I came over here last time speaking about help. A lot of people really didn't understand what I was saying about help. A word that I want to use today is consideration. You have a lot of understandings to know what consideration means. But I've been going through a lot of stuff in the city of Atlanta, and it only built me stronger. You know what I'm saying? I don't even think about flaws anymore. I think about how good I am, how much I done grow. It's 2025, I'm grown, man. I'm not trying to be childish or anything, point no finger at nobody, because everybody make mistakes. But like I said before, it's about helping. You see what I'm saying? It's consideration. You feel me? Other people give you insights on how to do things quicker, do things better. I understand you have a job, you have a position where you have to authorize authority. You have to authorize power. You have to authorize control. But you also have limitations on those. It's only things you can do. It's only things you can't do. It's things you can reveal. It's things you can't reveal. We understand that. But it's about helping. You see what I'm saying? So the community has been divided. It's been a divine understanding. It has been a qualification that everybody has not been able to meet. I have been pulling up things on my phone about helping Atlanta, helping the city of Georgia, and I see a lot of things as far as residents, a lot of things as far as community. What's going on in transportation? We got people that's trying to get on the bus that's unemployed, that's homeless. but they got places to go. They got things they trying to do to help themselves. They can't even do that. They want to challenge them to walk. You see what I'm saying? And they homeless. They don't have nowhere. They don't know what to do. But they trying to try. They trying to work. They trying. So I just want some type of understanding, some type of benefit. I could talk to y'all about this, you know what I'm saying, repeatedly.
Time's expired.
But I'm gonna make sure I come back. You know what I'm saying? I'm gonna keep on, because I'm working an under-table job, and he think I'm playing with him. You see what I'm saying?
Time's expired.
I appreciate that.
Thank you. Next will be Helen D. Williams. Helen Williams. That concludes the public comment for today. I want to thank everybody who came forward to give public comment. We'll now move to the report of the journal. Madam Clerk. Oh, sorry. Helen Williams, you will have up to 2 minutes.
Good afternoon. It's been a very, very interesting day. I've learned since coming forward to you, I need to be clear on who I am. My name is Helen Delilah Williams. I married a Boston, and I chose to use Helen Williams Boston. But now that I'm at the age of 63, my name is very important. I'm trying to do homestead at my home. And without that, and your information correct, you can't do anything. They don't know who I am. Now I have to prove who I am. And that's why I come before you each time, because of the identity theft that I'm going through at my house. The saddest thing about it, that I've pretty much figured it out. The city really needs help at the tax assessor's office, who takes the billing when you come to pay your taxes. And then if you have issues, you have to go next door and discuss if you're in leniency. And then if you have problems, you have to go to the office of homestead, and then you have to figure out who, what, when, and where. I've done all those things in the last 3 years since I've been before you. The problem that I have at this point, somebody else wants to live at my house. They stole my dog. His name is Oliver. So they went and registered my dog. So now Helen Boston lives at my house. My scanner bill comes in and has been coming in for Helen Williams for 35 years. Now Helen Williams lives at my house. You see, I'm trying to put it together, but unfortunately, the information won't allow me. Thank you, Byron, for telling me I had, what's the word I want to say, cable at my house. I ain't had cable in 9 years, but yes, there's cable at my house. I looked at my computer. There is TransUnion on my computer. I don't have TransUnion, so my world has been consumed by Georgia's own bank. I've been a part of Georgia's own. I've been a part of Fort McPherson. I've been a part of East Point MARTA Credit Union. I've worked for MARTA 35 years. My identity and my information have been stolen. There's 3 people that works at MARTA with my name. I'm just trying to stay and live at 642 so I can be a homestead person.
Thank you. That concludes public comment for today. I want to thank everybody who came down. And we'll now move to the report of the journal. Madam Clerk.
Good afternoon, Council President, members of council. I, Corinne Lindo, Municipal Clerk of the City of Atlanta, do hereby certify that the minutes of the regular meeting held on Monday, February 3rd, 2025 are true and correct.
If there are no changes or additions to the journal, I would entertain a motion to adopt. Moved by, who moved over here? Somebody moved over. Councilmember Norwood? Moved by Councilmember Norwood? Councilmember Norwood, seconded by Councilmember Bakhtiari. Any discussion on the motion to approve the journal? We do this via unanimous consent without any objection. Any objection? Madam Clerk, please sound the count on unanimous consent.
That's 14 yeas, 0 nays.
14 yeas, 0 nays. Motion to accept the journal carries. Next, we'll move to communications. Madam Clerk.
Thank you, Mr. President. Item number 1 is 25C0019. This is a communication from Mayor Andre Dickens appointing Ms. Hillary Oliphant to serve as a member of the Atlanta Commission on Women. This appointment is for a term of 2 years. Staff recommendation to refer to Committee on Council.
Let the item follow that course.
Item number 2 is 25C0020. This is a communication from Mayor Andre Dickens appointing Mr. Elder Dancy as Chief of Corrections for the City of Atlanta. Staff recommendation to refer to Public Safety and Legal Administration Committee and Committee on Council.
Let the item follow that course.
Item number 3 is 25C0021. It's a communication from Tanya Greer, County Clerk, to the Fulton County Board of Commissioners, submitting the appointment of Mr. Chris Koppenhaver to serve as a member of the Beltline Tax Allocation District Advisory Committee This appointment is for a term of 2 years. Staff recommendation to refer to Community Development, Human Services Committee, and Committee and Council.
Let the item follow that course.
Mr. President, if I may take items 4 and 5 as a block?
Okay, no, let's take them separately.
Thank you, sir. Item number 4 is 25C0020. This is a communication from Richard Freer, Professor of Law at Emory University, submitting the appointment of Ms. A. Kenyatta Greer to serve as a member of the Commission to determine an appropriate manner in which to honor the late Judge Thelma Wyatt Cummings Moore. Staff recommendation to accept and file.
So we need to have an exception, so we're going to have to actually take a vote on that. So let me take a motion to accept and file. Is there a motion to accept and file? Moved by Councilmember Amos, seconded by Councilmember Bakhtiari. Is there any discussion on the motion to accept and file? Hearing none, we'll move to vote. Madam Clerk, please open the vote on the motion to accept and file this item.
The vote is open. Will everyone please vote? Affirmative. 14 yeas, 0 nays.
14 yeas, 0 nays, one
abstention.
one abstention. The motion passes. Councilor Wan, would you like to explain your abstention?
Thank you, Mr. President. Yeah, this is an appointment by Emory University where I'm employed, so out of abundance of caution, I'm not to have a conflict of interest, I'm abstaining.
Thank you. Please proceed.
Item number 5. Item number 5 is 25C0023. This is a communication from Municipal Clerk Renee Lindo, submitting a report of administrative corrections made to previously adopted legislation between the regular council meeting dates of February 3rd, 2025 and February 17th, 2025 to the Atlanta City Council in accordance with Section 2-275 of the Atlanta City Code of Ordinances, correcting 250-1006. Staff recommendation to accept and file.
Let the item follow that course.
That concludes the communications item, Mr.
Any
President.
vetoed legislation today, Madam Clerk?
There are none.
Any unfinished business?
No, sir.
Okay, thank you. Next, we'll move to the consent agenda, Section 1. These are items beginning on page 4 of the materials. They are items for second reading. Therefore, the appropriate motion will be to adopt. But first, let me ask, are there any items to be removed from the consent agenda, Section 1? Hearing none, I would entertain a motion to adopt. Moved by Councilmember Bakhtiari, seconded by Councilmember Amos. Any discussion on the motion to adopt the consent agenda, Section 1? Hearing none, we'll move to vote. Madam Clerk, please open the vote on the motion to adopt.
The vote is open. Will everyone please vote?
Overstreet's an aye.
The vote's closed. 15 yeas, 0 nays.
15 yeas, 0 nays. The motion to adopt the consent agenda, Section 1 carries. Councilmember Shook.
Yes, thank you. I would move that item 29 on page 16, that's page 16, item 29, which is 25R3143, be sent to the mayor's office post haste. That is the homestead exemption walkout paper.
There's a motion to move 25R3143 post haste by Councilmember Shook. Is there a second? Seconded by Councilmember Wan. Are there any other items to be moved post haste? Okay. Hearing none, move to vote. We do this via unanimous consent without objection. Any objection? Motion to move post haste. Madam Clerk, please sound the count on the motion to move post haste.
15 yeas, 0 nays.
15 yeas, 0 nays. The motion to move post haste carries. We'll now move to the consent agenda, Section 2. These are items beginning on page 18. They're first reading items. Therefore, the appropriate motion will be to refer. But first, let me ask, are there any items to be removed from the consent agenda, Section 2? Hearing none, I'm going to entertain a motion to refer. Who moved it? Sorry. Moved by Councilmember Wan, seconded by Councilmember Lewis. Any discussion on the motion to refer the consent agenda, Section 2? Hearing none, we'll move to vote. Madam Clerk, please open the vote on the motion to refer.
The vote is open. Will everyone please vote?
Councilor Overstreet's an aye.
The vote's closed. 15 yeas, 0 nays.
15 yeas, 0 nays. Motion to refer carries. Next, we'll move to the report of standing committees. We'll go through several of these quickly. First up, Public Safety and Local Administration, Chair Boone.
Thank you, Mr. President. We do not have a report at this time.
Thank you. Next up will be City Utilities Committee. Chair Lewis.
Thank you, Mr. President. We do not have any report at this time.
Thank you. Next up will be CDHS. Chair Winston. Sorry, Councilmember Bakhtiari.
Sorry, no, thank you. I just had a quick question. I was watching City Utilities. This is not specifically at you, Chair, not at all. It just came to my attention that the Office of Resiliency did a presentation on a piece of legislation that we passed last year unanimously about a clean energy bill, about a clean energy fund to help our seniors, our renters, vulnerable people with energy burden, which for those who don't know, energy burden is the leading cause of displacement for people in Atlanta. And it was very disheartening to hear that that office decided to use those funds for a completely different purpose. And I just wanted to state that because there are many of us who are looking for an understanding of how that office was able to just do something different with the money than what was legislated by this body. And I find that very troubling. So I just wanted to name that for a record, because I wasn't able to attend that day. And I will be, there are a number of us who will be reaching out over email because we are very confused about this report. So I just wanted to name that.
Councilmember Lewis, you want to speak to that briefly?
Yes, I do. And Councilmember Bakhtiari, we were the same way. If you watched the notes, for some reason, by mistake, they actually gave us their notes. So the questions that they were asking each other are in the PowerPoint. Today, in my office, we made a request to get that PowerPoint. I want the first one, not the second one. So the PowerPoint that said, it had notes in there about how to answer questions from council people, and it wasn't direct answers. So thank you so much for watching that, and I wish you weren't going through that. Thank you again.
I appreciate that. Thank you, Chair Lewis. Just stating again, I want to make a very serious point that I made a promise to constituents about this office being set up. That $500,000 is supposed to be used for setting up the office. The fact that it's been utilized in a completely different direction is problematic, and the members of this body will be following up to understand what happened. Thank you.
Thank you. Next up will be CDHS. Chair Winston.
Thank you, Council President. Keeping the trend alive, we have no report.
Thank you. Next up will be Transportation. Chair Amos.
Thank you, Mr. President. No report today.
Thank you. Next up will be Finance Exec Committee, who will break the streak. Chair Shook.
The Finance and Executive Committee is pleased to present the following report. 25-1045 comes forward favorably on the condition, on condition as amended. This was a dual that came to finance via transportation. The condition was the receipt of a substitute that plugs in some additional information regarding the account stream, et cetera. And so I will read the caption of the proposed substitute and make a motion to accept it. An ordinance by Councilmember Andre L. Boone is amended by Finance Exec to amend Chapter 114, Personnel, Article 4 of the Class Plan of the Code of Ordinances, City of Atlanta, Georgia, so as to provide for certain position abolishments, creations, reclasses, class creations, and above entry authorizations, employee position transfers, position funding allocation changes, and other personnel actions in line with the FY25 budget for the Atlanta Citizens Review Board. And for other purposes, I'll move to bring the substitute forward.
There's a motion by Councilmember Shook to bring forth the substitute, seconded by Councilmember Wan. Is there any discussion on the motion to bring forth the substitute? Hearing none, we move to vote. We can do this via unanimous consent. Any objection to the motion to bring forth the substitute? Madam Clerk, please sound the count on unanimous consent.
14 yeas, 0 nays.
14 yeas, 0 nays. The motion to bring forth the substitute carries. Councilmember Shook.
I move approval on substitute.
There's a motion by Councilmember Shook, seconded by Councilmember Wan, to adopt as substituted. Is there any discussion on the motion to adopt 24-1045 as substituted? Hearing none, we'll move to a vote. Madam Clerk, please open the vote on the motion to adopt as substituted.
The vote is open. Will everyone please vote? Will everyone please vote? Votes closed. 15 yeas, 0 nays.
15 yeas, 0 nays, the motion to adopt the substitute carries.
That is all.
Thank you. Councilor Bakhtiari?
Wanted to correct myself on the record that Councilmember Juan so kindly reminded me. It's not that the money was spent, it's that it hasn't been spent yet, and that money was meant to set up guardrails for an office so that we could give additional funds to it to carry out a program. So I just wanted to correct the record.
Next up is Committee on Council, Chair Collins.
Thank you so much, President Shipman. We have 7 items on today's report. The first item, 24-C-51421, a communication from Tony Roberts, Executive Director and CEO of the Atlanta Bar Association, submitting the appointment of Ms. Andrea Bilha, I will say that, Bilha, to serve as a member of the Atlanta Citizens Review Board. This appointment is for a term of 3 years. Just to note, we have the caption is this, but the appointee has resigned from her seat on the Atlanta Citizen Review Board effective as of last Friday, February the 14th. And so the recommendation before council is to file.
There's a motion coming out of committee to file 24-C-5142. Doesn't need a second. Any discussion on the motion to file? Hearing none, move to vote. We can do this via unanimous consent given the circumstance. Any objection to the motion to file? Madam Clerk, please sound the count on unanimous consent.
15 yeas, 0 nays.
15 yeas, 0 nays, the motion to file carries.
Great, thank you. And so President Shipman, may we take items 2 and 3 as a block?
Without objection, please proceed.
All right. That 25-C-0072, communication from Council President Doug Shipman appointing Ms. Jennifer Freeman to serve as a member of the Atlanta Commission on Women. This appointment is for a term of 2 years. And item 25-C-0093, a communication from Attorney James Radford submitting the appointment of Maria Sanakova to serve as a member of the City of Atlanta Americans with Disability Act Advisory Committee. The recommendation for these items is to adopt.
Both these items come out of committee favorable. Therefore, they don't need a second. Is there any discussion on the motion to approve these items? Given these are communications, we can do this via unanimous consent without objection. Any objection? Madam Clerk, please sound the count on unanimous consent on the motion to approve.
15 yeas, 0 nays.
15 yeas, 0 nays. The motion to approve these 2 items carries.
Great, thank you. So that brings us to our communications and resolutions. If there are no objections from the body, may we take items 4 and 5 together?
Any objections? Please proceed.
Okay. Item 25-R-31524, a resolution by the Committee on Council appointing the Atlanta Board of Education's nominee, Dr. Ken Zeff, to the Board of Directors for the Atlanta Development Authority, also known as Invest Atlanta, for a term of 4 years, scheduled to begin on the date of the approval of this resolution and other purposes. And also item 25-R-31535, a resolution by Committee on Council appointing Ms. Audria L. Cunningham to the Board of Directors of the Atlanta Development Authority, doing business as Invest Atlanta as a City Council appointee in the business category for a term of 4 years. The said term is to begin upon approval of this resolution and other purposes. These items come before the body with favorable recommendation, and the recommendation is to adopt.
There's a motion to adopt 25-R-3152 and 3153 coming out of committee. It doesn't need a second. Is there any discussion on the motion to adopt these 2 items? We're going to move to a vote. Given the nature of these items, we're going to go ahead and have a full vote. Madam Clerk, please open the vote on the motion to adopt these items.
The vote is open.
Yes.
The vote's closed. 15 yeas, 0 nays.
15 yeas, 0 nays. The motion to adopt these 2 items carries.
Great, thank you so much. This now brings us to our ordinances for 3rd reading and 2nd adoption, starting with item number 6. Item 24-0-1684-6, an amended ordinance by the Committee on Council to establish the salaries for the mayor, council president, and members of council for the term of office beginning January 2026 and for other purposes. This item comes before the body favorable as amended, and the recommendation is to adopt.
There's a motion coming out of committee to adopt 24-0-1684. Is there any discussion on the motion to adopt this item? Hearing none, move to vote. Madam Clerk, please open the vote on the motion to adopt this item.
The vote is open.
Yes.
Councilman Juan. Councilman Juan's an aye.
Yeah, aye. The vote's closed. 13 yeas, 2 nays.
13 yeas, 2 nays. The motion to adopt carries.
All right. Thank you so much. Item 25-0-10097, an ordinance by council members Howard Shook, Marcy Collier Overstreet, Mary Norwood, Andrea L. Boone, Dustin Hillis, and Byron D. Amos, as substituted by the Finance Executive Committee, as substituted and amended by the Committee on Council, and as amended by Atlanta City Council to amend the charter of the City of Atlanta, Georgia, 1996 Georgia Law, Section 4469, and others, adopted under and by virtue of the authority of the Municipal Home Rule Act of 1965, OCGA Section 36-35-1, as amended by amended Part 1, which is the Charter and related laws, Subpart A, which is the actual charter, Article 3, which is the executive section, in accordance with the recommendations of the City of Atlanta Temporary Task Force charged with reviewing the processes and procedures of the Office of the Inspector General, the OIG, the Ethics Office, and the Governing Board of the Office of the Inspector General and the Ethics Office regarding the authority, oversight, and the clarification of respective roles and responsibilities of the OIG and the Ethics Office, and to create separate governing boards for the OIG and the Ethics Office and for other purposes. This is the third reading and final adoption.
There's a motion coming out of committee to adopt 25-0-1009. This would be the final adoption on charter change. Does not need a second. Is there any discussion on the motion to adopt this item? Councilman Bond.
Yes, thank you, Mr. President. I have a concern that was raised by the gentleman, and I know him well, and I'm drawing a blank in his name, from the Legal Foundation about the...
Devin Franklin?
Yes, Mr. Franklin. I apologize, Mr. Franklin. I'm sure he's watching. But I do have a concern about the point he raised about the employee's ability to not make a statement, or having the right to not to make a statement. And so I wanted to ask the law department about that, and I wondered if perhaps we should not consider an amendment to make sure that that is clear, so that our employees have the right not to, I guess, self-criminalize themselves during these inquiries. So I guess my question to the law department is, can you respond to the point that he raised in public comment and explain to us what that portion of the legislation is?
Yes, good afternoon. Amber A. Robinson, City of Atlanta, Department of Law. Under the Constitution, all persons have a right against self-incrimination when faced with requests for the government for them to give statements. That is no different here. All that this legislation does is set forth the current state of the law, in that city employees' statements, any statement given, would not be able to be used against them to incriminate them. So those rights of employees are being protected in this legislation.
So the concern he raised is addressed in the legislation. An employee can refuse to make a statement if they are asked or petition to give or to respond to an inquiry?
Statements that if the OIG or ethics were to ask for a statement, it would be compelled as far as from an administrative standpoint. However, their statements would be protected. Those statements could not be used against them in any criminal prosecution. They would be protected under the Fifth Amendment. So the employee's constitutional rights, which are paramount of importance, are protected in this legislation.
So just to be clear, I'll just ask one more time, because I'm not an attorney. But so they are compelled to give a statement if there's an inquiry from the ethics officer or whoever the IG or their assistants are, but those statements can't be used if there are criminal charges that are derived from that same investigation?
That's correct, and that is the same standard as applied to all of city employees, whether they be compelled by their own commissioners or other internal investigations. It's a longstanding constitutional principle that permits investigations into alleged wrongdoing by employees to be fully investigated while protecting the constitutional rights of those employees to not incriminate themselves pursuant to compelled government statements.
Okay, thank you.
Chair Collins, I believe you want to weigh in.
So just for clarity, in that scenario, if an employee who's compelled decides to exercise their the voluntariness of not to give a statement, is what happens in that instance?
So that would be determined by that employee's employer department as to what would happen if that were to occur.
Okay. But their constitutional right to not self-incriminate still stands regardless.
That's right.
Yes. Thank you.
Other discussion on the motion to adopt this item?
Yes.
Other discussion?
But I'll see if my colleagues have anything.
Councilor Collins, you have something?
Yes.
Go ahead.
So I just wanted to take the opportunity, being that I was honored to chair this piece of work with Howard Shooken, and with Councilman Shooken, it now sits in Committee on Council. And just want to give a timeline for anyone in the community or out in the audience in terms of fully understanding the work that has gone into this since the substitute was introduced January the 6th. January the 15th, it went to Finance and Executive Committee for discussion. January 23rd, it came to Committee on Council where we held it based on the demands from the community to hold a work session. We honored that and held a work session on January the 30th, made changes at that time, pushed that information out to the community. It came before Committee on Council again on February the 3rd. And also full council where changes and amendments were made based on additional feedback. Held that again until now. We're here February the 17th, where we also talked about it on Committee on Council and also where it's presented today for final adoption. This was also based on recommendations from a task force that took place November 6th of 2024. And so I want to lay out a timeline of scope of work for everyone to understand the depth of the work that has happened to bring today's legislation to final adoption. One thing that came out that we did take good notice about and was board oversight. And what I want to emphasize in terms of the revisions that we made to this regarding the governing board is actually addresses some of the concerns that the former chair of the board brought before us. Please understand that we have broken the overall entities into two: the Office of Inspector General, which will be controlled by Section 8, and the Ethics Office, which will be controlled by Section 9. Each one of those entities has a leader. Office of Inspector General has the actual Inspector General, and let's not discount or forget that the Ethics Office does in fact have an Executive Director of the Ethics Office. In terms of giving more power to the board oversight, one thing I noticed, and I don't know if my colleagues read the resignation letters, were in fact these sentiments that there was more work that they had intended on based on when they joined the board in 2022 versus what's happening now. Well, that's what happens when you actually give the governing board more oversight and more power in actually making those decisions. And so in one of the resignation letters, one of the board members said, for example, a board member's involvement in said that my decision to step down is due to differences in the board responsibilities and respective time constraints these expanded board responsibilities would entail. That I do not look at that as a negative statement, but it actually is one of showing that the board does in fact have more oversight and are actually feeling more empowered in certain spaces. Now, that is not for city council and not for us to dictate how the governing board decides to do their internal their internal processes, and the governing board does not want us to land in that space. I bring this to a point and wanted to speak on when we actually did the work session, and there was this conversation about the governing board at that time not being able to present at the work session. Well, the governing board at that time should have presented with the Office of Inspector General and with the actual Inspector General. And that's what happens. The governing board and the Inspector General is actually to work close together because that is the entity that provide oversight to the Inspector General. So we did not deny the board an opportunity to have an independent conversation with council. The expectation, which I actually shared, was that how about you and the Inspector General, you all come together to actually present what's actually happening. And so I know that there are sentiments around that, but I do want to make that, clear. In terms of the no effective date for the resignation, that is extremely unfortunate to hear. And I would have imagined when we have leaders at the table with these years of experience to ensure that there are solid processes in place. We will look into that, but I do think there is a pause, there is a concern in terms of that. I just want to stop there and put out the fact that this is a solid piece of legislation. What is the mess and what has been very toiling in this is the multitude of personalities, the multitude of perspectives, and the multitude of back and forth that has happened. What I want to close out as chair of this committee of council on my first big piece of legislation is I want to thank my colleagues for keeping their pulse and hands on the ground in this. Any news pieces, any media releases, any sidebar conversations, any press conferences, anything of that magnitude has not been led by this city council or me or my colleagues. And so while we have kept our head in the game of ensuring that this legislation not only provide balance, but it provide oversight to move forward, I am extremely proud of this work. One thing we know about policy when it happens is if neither side is completely happy with it, I think we're moving along the track, and that's what we see here. So, Chair Shipman, I move this forward, third reading, final adoption today.
Is there any other discussion on the motion to adopt this item? Hearing none, move to vote. Madam Clerk, please open the vote on the motion to adopt 25-0-1009.
The vote is open. Will everyone please vote? The vote is closed. 14 yeas, 1 nay.
14 yeas, 1 nay. The motion to adopt carries.
Thank you, Mr. President. That concludes our report.
Thank you. Finally, today's zoning committee, Chair Wes Worland.
The zoning committee has no report, Mr. President.
Thank you. Next, we will move to personal papers. I'm going to step out of the chair and let Councilmember Hillis get his feet wet as President Pro Tem and lead us through the papers. I believe there is one for immediate and then for referrals. So, President Pro Tem Hillis.
Thank you, President Shipman. We have one item for first read from Councilmember Dozier. Immediate consideration. Thank you, Councilmember Juan. first read and immediate consideration.
Thank you, Councilmember Hillis. Colleagues, I have an item, OMS ID number 37419, a resolution by Councilmember Jason Dozier Councilmember Jason Dozier, Jason Winston, Amir Faroki, Byron D. Amos, Liliana Bakhtiari, Alex Wan, Howard Shook, Mary Norwood, who's next to Mary, Dustin Hillis, Andrea Boone, Marcia Collier Overstreet, Antonio Lewis, Michael Julian Bond, Matt Westmoreland, and Ishay Collins, urging the state and local governments to expedite hiring procedures to absorb talented federal employees impacted by recent layoffs, thereby strengthening the workforce and mitigating economic disruption in the city of Atlanta and for other purposes. Whereas the city of Atlanta is home to a significant number of federal employees with major institutions such as the Atlanta VA Health Care System and the Centers for Disease Control and Prevention, serving as critical economic and workforce anchors. And whereas recent mass layoffs imposed by the Trump administration at federal agencies, including the Centers for Disease Control and Prevention, United States Agency for International Development, the National Institutes of Health, the Federal Emergency Management Agency, the Cybersecurity and Infrastructure Security Agency, the United States Department of Veterans Affairs, the United States Department of Education, amongst others, have displaced a substantial number of skilled professionals, many of whom call Atlanta home. And whereas these layoffs pose an immediate threat to Atlanta's economy with ripple effects impacting housing security, consumer spending, and overall economic stability for families and communities, and whereas state and local government agencies often have lengthy bureaucratic hiring processes that can take months to complete, creating unnecessary barriers for qualified professionals seeking reemployment in public service, and whereas the availability of highly skilled workforce presents an unprecedented opportunity for the city of Atlanta, Fulton County, DeKalb County, and the state of Georgia to bolster their public sector workforce, filling critical roles with experienced personnel who have dedicated their careers to public service. And whereas accelerating hiring processes and removing redundant procedural hurdles will allow local and state governments to swiftly integrate this talent pool, ensuring continued excellence in public administration, healthcare infrastructure, and community services. Now, therefore, be it resolved by the City Council of the City of Atlanta, Georgia, that the Atlanta City Council urges the City of Atlanta, Fulton County, DeKalb County, and the state of Georgia to immediately review and expedite hiring processes to accommodate displaced federal employees and ensure their swift reintegration into the workforce. Be it further resolved that the City Council calls upon state legislators to introduce measures that would streamline public sector hiring practices, making it easier for experienced professionals to transition into local and state government roles without unnecessary delays. Be it further resolved that the City Council directs the City Clerk to transmit copies of this resolution to the Governor of Georgia, the leadership of the Georgia General Assembly, and the directors of relevant state and local agencies, conveying the urgency of this matter and the City of Atlanta's commitment to proactive workforce solutions. Be it finally resolved that the City of Atlanta will explore opportunities to host job fairs, networking events, and partnerships with affected agencies to facilitate connections between displaced federal employees and state and local government employers. Colleagues, I'm introducing this resolution for immediate consideration, largely because we are dealing with massive layoffs at the federal government in real time. Many of the federal employees that call Atlanta home have been so critical to our local economies, whether you work for the CDC, whether you work for the GSA or other administrations across the federal government. These entities have been so critical to the stability of our city, to our communities. And personally, I'm afraid that this will create a recession type environment, particularly for, we're trying to revitalize downtown, we're trying to revitalize neighborhoods, and these mass layoffs will have a tremendous impact, disproportionately impacting our city. And so this asks for not only our city and our Department of Human Resources to look internally to try to absorb this workforce, but also encouraging our state and sister local governments to do the same so that we can ensure that this workforce, this wonderful talent, this group of people who have already served the public in such an amazing way, to continue that service wherever possible and ensuring that the City of Atlanta is leading in that effort. So with that, I would like to move to approve.
Motion by Councilmember Dozier, second by Councilmember Bond. Please prepare the vote. Any discussion other than Councilmember Dozier's?
Will everyone please vote? Will everyone please vote? The vote's closed. 15 yeas, 0 nays.
Thank you, colleagues. I would like to move to send to the mayor's office post haste.
Motion to send post haste by Councilmember Dozier. Is there a second? Second by Councilmember Shook. No discussion. Councilmember Vaughn.
Mr. President Pro Tem, I'd like to ask Councilmember Dozier to also send the IG charter amendment also post haste in the same motion.
Okay, that is 25-0-1009 from the previous committee report. We can add that in if there's no objection.
No objection.
All right, please, brother vote to send
All right,
both those
thank
items post haste. Thank you, Councilmember
The
Vaughn.
vote is open. Will everyone please vote? One moment. The vote's closed. 13 yeas, 0 nays.
All right, those two items are sent post haste to the mayor.
Thank you, colleagues.
Moving on to board legislation, we'll first have Councilmember Amos.
Thank you, President Pro Tem. AMS ID 37380, an ordinance by Councilmember Byron D. Amos to ratify, reaffirm, supplement, and amend that certain master bond ordinances adopted on March 31st, 1999, as it previously supplemented and amended to provide for the issuance of the City of Atlanta of its water and wastewater supplement lien revenue refinancing bond series 2025 in the aggregate principal amount of not to exceed left blank to refund or tender for purpose all or a portion of the city's outstanding water and wastewater revenue refunding bond series 2025 and the city's outstanding water and wastewater revenue refunding bond series 2020 and the city's outstanding left blank I collectively the refunded bonds, to authorize the preparation and distribution of an invitation of offer to tender bonds and replace disclosure documents and the execution of delivery of a dealer management agreement and tender agent agreement in connection with tender for purpose of the refunded bonds, to authorize the preparation and use of a preliminary official statement in the connection with the offering for sale of the Series 2025 bonds, to supersede and waive all resolutions and ordinance or parts of resolution or ordinance that conflict with the provisions of this ordinance and for related purposes.
That will be referred to the Finance Executive Committee.
Thanks, sir.
Thank you, Councilmember Amos. Councilmember Bakhtiari.
Thank you, President Pro Tem Hillis.
You're very welcome.
Elms ID number 36769, ordinance by Councilmember Liliana Bakhtiari to rename a portion of Dixie Street Southeast to waive certain provisions of Section 138-8 of the City of Atlanta Code of Ordinances and for other purposes.
That was the street renaming? That was the street renaming paper?
Yeah, yes.
That was referred to the Transportation Committee?
Elms ID 37415, an ordinance by Councilmember Liliana Bakhtiari, Winston, Faroki, Amos, Dozier, Wan, Shook, Hillis, Boone, Overstreet, Westmoreland, Bond, and Collins. An ordinance to amend the 1982 Atlanta zoning ordinance as amended by creating a definition for vape shops and elementary and secondary schools, amending the regulations of various districts to establish a minimum distance of 1,000 feet between vape shops, amending the regulations of various districts so as to require a 1,000-foot distance between vape shops and elementary and secondary schools and for other purposes.
Referred to the Zoning Committee?
Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Bond.
Thank you, Mr. President Pro Tem. First is Elms ID number 37362, an ordinance by Michael Julian Bond and Byron Amos to establish a program to assist with tree removal and pruning for eligible senior citizen homeowners in the city of Atlanta and for other purposes.
Be referred to as CDHS.
Elms ID number 37337, an ordinance by Councilmember Michael Julian Bond, an ordinance to correct ordinance number 24-0-1530 adopted by the Atlanta City Council on October 21st, 2024, and approved pursuant to the city's charter, section 2-403 on October 30th, 2024, and for the purpose of changing the delivery method of charges and summons civil notice under the Atlanta Housing Code 1987 and for other purposes.
Referred to the Public Safety and Legal Administration Committee.
And finally, Elms ID number 37338, a resolution by Councilmember Michael Julian Bond authorizing the city of Atlanta to donate an amount not to exceed $750,000 to 24/7 Gateway LLC, known as Gateway Center, pursuant to section 6-306 of the City of Atlanta's charter to support coordinated shelter and supportive services for individuals experiencing chronic homelessness in the City of Atlanta, authorizing the mayor or his designee to enter into a donation agreement which shall detail the actions of 24/7 Gateway LLC to support coordinated shelter and supportive services for individuals experiencing chronic homelessness in the City of Atlanta, to authorize the chief financial officer or his designee to make the donation authorized hereby from the accounts listed herein and for other purposes.
Be referred to the CDHS Committee.
Thank you, Mr. President Pro Tem.
Thank you, Councilmember Bond. Councilmember Boone.
Thank you, Mr. President Pro Tem. Elms ID number 37418, an ordinance by Councilmember Andrea L. Boone to waive chapter article of the City of Atlanta Code of Ordinances, this procurement and real estate code, to authorize the mayor or his designee to execute a broker of record agreement with Greg Pridgeon, DBA Solutions 58 Inc. as part of the cooperative purchasing agreement CPPS DHR 2208 with Purchasing Power LLC, utilizing the Georgia Department of Administrative Services contract number 40300024001 on behalf of the Department of Human Resources at no cost to the city and for other purposes.
Be referred to the Finance Executive Committee.
Next item 37422, an ordinance by Councilmember Andrea Boone. An ordinance authorizing the transfer of funds from various council carry-forward accounts to the respective council distribution and expense accounts to continue serving the Atlanta community by funding projects for the public good within their district or donating funds for charitable purposes and for other purposes.
Referred to the Committee on Council.
Elms ID number 37332, a resolution by Councilmember Andrea L. Boone authorizing the mayor or his designee to execute special procurement agreement SP Exec 2411 with Urban Forest Carbon Registry DBA City Forest Credits on behalf of the Mayor's Office of Sustainability and Resilience pursuant to Section 21191 of the City Code of Atlanta Ordinances for a term of 40 years, an amount not to exceed $230,980.00 to expand the City of Atlanta's carbon credit program. All contracted work will be charged to and paid from the fund department organization and account number listed herein and for other purposes.
Will be referred to City Utilities Committee.
Almost ID number 37366, an ordinance by Councilmember Andrea Boone to amend chapter article 4, Section 202 of the Atlanta City Code to update the functions and duties of the Mayor's Office of Sustainability and Resilience and for other purposes.
Be referred to the City Utilities Committee as well.
Items ID number 37414, a resolution by Councilmember Andrea Boone authorizing the mayor or his designee to exercise the first renewal option for SPPS D0F DWM Revenue Recovery Services with Utility Revenue Management Company, Inc. on behalf of the Department of Finance for a term of 1 year effective March 13, 2025 through March 12, 2026, and for other purposes.
Be referred to the Finance Executive Committee.
Items ID number 37374, an ordinance by Councilmember Andrea Boone waiving the requirements of Section 2910 of the Atlanta City Code to retroactively authorize the mayor or his designee, including the chief sustainability officer, to apply for the Clean Heavy-Duty Vehicles Grant Award from the U.S. Environmental Protection Agency in amount not to exceed $2,337.00 for the Eco Fleet ATL program, ratifying the application for the grant submitted on behalf of the City of Atlanta, authorizing the Chief Financial Officer to amend the FY 2026 Environmental Intergovernmental Grant Fund budget to anticipate and appropriate the grant award, authorizing the mayor or their designee to enter into agreements necessary to accept and implement the grant with the U.S. Environmental Protection Agency and grant partners or subrecipients and for other purposes.
Be referred to the City Utilities Committee.
Thank you.
Next, Councilmember Overstreet.
Okay. President Pro Tem, I have two. ELMS ID number 37421, an ordinance by Councilmember Marcy Collier Overstreet and Byron Amos to waive Chapter 2, Article 9, Division 1, Section 2-910, grant application to authorize the mayor or his designee on behalf of the City of Atlanta Department of Labor and Employment Services to apply for and to accept a Southern Cities Economic Inclusion Incentive Grant from the National League of Cities in the amount not to exceed $15,000 for the purpose of supporting Southern municipalities in developing strategies to increase economic prosperity for local residents and businesses, to amend the FY 2025 budget by adding to anticipations and appropriations the grant funds provided by the National League of Cities in an amount of $15,000. All grant funds shall be deposited into the account numbers listed herein and for other purposes.
Be referred to the CDHS Committee.
Okay, ELMS ID number 37358, a resolution by Councilmember Marcy Collier Overstreet authorizing the mayor or his designee to enter into an intergovernmental agreement with the City of South Fulton, Georgia, on behalf of the Atlanta Department of Transportation for the purpose of sidewalk improvement for sidewalks within the geographical boundaries of Atlanta for the New Hope Road Sidewalks Project in an amount not to exceed $121,000 and $9.05. All contracted work will be charged to and paid from the fund, department, organization, and account numbers listed herein and for other purposes.
Be referred to the Transportation Committee.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Overstreet. Councilmember Shook.
Thank you, Mr. Pro Tem. This is ELMS 37339, a resolution by Shook authorizing the mayor or his designee to exercise renewal number 1 to a co-op purchasing agreement, number of which is listed, with Purchasing Power LLC, utilizing the Georgia Department of Administrative Services contract number listed on behalf of HR for a term not to exceed 12 months with one-year renewal option in an amount not to exceed $0.00 to provide a voluntary employee purchase program to eligible employees for the purchase of consumer goods and services via payroll deductions and for other purposes.
Be referred to the Finance Executive Committee.
ELMS 37340, ordinance by Shook authorizing the mayor on behalf of Department of Transportation to accept grant award funds from GDOT to authorize the CFO to amend the FY25 budget by adding to anticipations and appropriations $960,000 for the Path 400 trail extension from Lawrence Drive to the City of Sandy Springs limit, to enter into agreements with the GDOT for implementation of grant acceptance and participation and for other purposes.
Refer to the Transportation Committee.
Elms 37413, an ordinance by Shook authorizing the mayor on behalf of the Atlanta Department of Transportation to accept grant award funds from GDOT to authorize the CFO to amend the FY25 budget by adding to anticipations and appropriations $720,000 for the Path 400 trail extension from Wyuka Road to Mountain Way Commons to Lawrence Drive, to enter into agreements with GDOT for implementation of grant acceptance and participation and for other purposes.
Be referred to the Transportation Committee.
That is all.
Councilmember Juan. Councilmember Westmoreland for Councilmember Juan.
Thank you, Mr. President Pro Tem. Elms 37416, ordinance by Councilmembers Juan and Westmoreland and Juan, authorizing a donation amount not to exceed $5,000 to Morningside Lennox Park Association pursuant to Section 6306 of the City of Atlanta's Charter and for other purposes.
Refer to the Finance Executive Committee.
And 37417, an ordinance by Westmoreland, authorizing a donation in an amount not to exceed $3,000 to Propel ATL pursuant to Section 6306 of the City of Atlanta's Charter and for other purposes.
Also referred to Finance Executive Committee. Councilmember Winston.
Thank you, President Pro Tem. Elms ID 37375, a resolution by Jason Winston authorizing the mayor or his designee on behalf of the City of Atlanta to enter into contract number listed for pools and splash pads maintenance services with Stand Guard Aquatics, Inc. on behalf of the Department of Parks and Recs in an amount not to exceed $2,000,000 annually and for other purposes.
Item referred to the CDHS Committee.
Thank you.
And I also have two items myself. This is Elms ID 37373, an ordinance by Councilmember Dustin Hillis authorizing the Commissioner of the Department of Watershed Management or his designee to execute a consent order with the Environmental Protection Division, Department of Natural Resources of the State of Georgia to authorize payment pursuant to the consent order in the amount of $290,817.33 to resolve permit compliance violations, including failures to sample effluent, failures to conduct proper lab analysis, failures to report permit limit exceedances, effluent limit exceedances, and major spills from July 2023 through November 2024, and for other purposes. And this will be referred to the City Utilities Committee. Elms number 37384, an ordinance by Councilmember Dustin Hillis to amend the 1982 Atlanta zoning ordinance as amended by amending Chapter 40, Marietta Street Artery Overlay District, to amend the use regulations to permit clubs and lodges as a permissible use subject to specified conditions and for other purposes. And this will be referred to the Zoning Committee. Any other papers for introduction? All right, any general remarks? Councilmember Bond?
Thank you, Mr. President Pro Tem. I don't know if we did a moment of silence in the beginning of the meeting, but a longtime community advocate, volunteer, and Politico has passed away. I want to get this correct. Mary Dancy. Did we do an announcement at the beginning? Well, Mary, for those of you who know Mary Dancy, she has been in the community an extremely long time, for many, many decades. And I'm literally just learning this. Apparently, she has just passed away. And her services were actually yesterday. So I'm just getting a notice of it. But I'd like to ask if we could just take a moment of silence for her.
Yes, sir, Councilmember. Thank you, Councilmember Bond. Anything further?
Thank you, Mr.
Councilmember Amos?
President.
Yes, sir, very similar to Councilmember Bond. I missed the very beginning. Definitely want to uplift the family, send our condolences and prayers to Mr. Edward Johnson. Mr. Johnson, I know you've seen the news stories where was the individual that actually was killed when a tree fell on his house. So just want to uplift that family and make sure they know the family, the city stands with them and support them. And then also just want to make the announcement of the upcoming this Thursday, the District 3 State of the District address that'll be taking place on the campus of Georgia Tech. That's this Thursday from 6:30 to 8:30. If you watch your emails or social media to find out exactly where. Expect to see everyone there. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Amos. Councilmember Bakhtiari.
Thank you. I just wanted to give a quick reminder to folks that the state legislature is in session. There are a number of bills coming down that will affect the city of Atlanta, your lives, our constituency. Please, please, please look up who your local representatives are in both state house and state senate. Get engaged. The Capitol is right across the street from us. But please learn about how some of these laws may affect you and reach out to us and ask questions. But please show up to the Capitol. Express your sentiments the same way you do here in City Hall. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Bakhtiari. Councilmember Dozier.
Thank you, Mr. President Pro Tem. After you go to the District 3 State of the District later this week, I hope you will join us at our District 4 Town Hall Saturday, March the 1st at 11 o'clock a.m. It'll be from 11 to 1. We will have food. And at the end of the day, we want to make sure that we have as many different parts of our community there as possible. It's been about a year since we had our last town hall, so looking forward to our upcoming event. It's going to be at Plywood Place over at Lee and White, and I hope you all join us. Thank you.
All right. If there's nothing further, I'll ask the clerk to call the adjourning roll call.
Thank you, Mr. President Pro Tem. We have Council President Doug Shipman, Councilmember Michael Julian Bond, Post 1 at Large, Councilmember Matt Westmoreland, Post 2 at Large, Councilmember Ishay Collins, Post 3 at Large, Councilmember Jason H. Winston, District 1, Councilmember Amir Faroki, District 2, Councilmember Byron D. Amos, District 3, Councilmember Jason Dozier, District 4, Councilmember Liliana Bakhtiari, District 5, Councilmember Alex Wan, District 6, Councilmember Howard Shook, District 7, Councilmember Mary Norwood, District 8, Councilmember Mayor Pro Tem Dustin Hillis, District 9,
Present.
Councilmember Andrea O'Boone, District 10, Councilmember Marcy Kohler Overstreet, District 11, Councilmember Antonia Lewis, District 12, Councilmember Lewis, District 12. Okay, thank you.
By unanimous consent of members present, we are adjourned.
Y pues nosotros muy orgullosos en traerlo aquí en Estados Unidos porque es un orgullo hispano. Pues aquí está nuestro mole poblano en Atlanta, Georgia.
Bueno, yo creo que el valle es único. Es un